Actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. command has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool.
Good morning. Boy, 10/25/2022 already. I'm going to call this meeting to order. And with that, I'm going to ask one of our guests today, Commander Church, would you lead us in the pledge? Oh, Colonel Church. I think I might be nervous today. No, this is such an amazing morning. I just want to thank you all for being here this morning. And Julie, are there any corrections or additions to our minutes, our agenda?
The agenda, none that I'm aware of, Chair.
Okay, great. Well, then we'll just move right into our community presentations. And with that, I'm going to introduce, so I see David sitting there. Good morning, David. And so today we're going to talk about Military Appreciation Week. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. This morning, I'd like to welcome our distinguished guests. From the Air Force, we have Colonel Jeffrey Church, Beale Wing Air Commander. We have Chief Master Sergeant Brianna N. Oliver. From the Space Force, we have Major Andrew Chima, the 7th Space Warring Squadron Director of Operations at Beale Air Force Base. From the Army, we have Sergeant First Class. We have Sergeant First Class.
Let's put some music to that. This is great.
Sergeant First Class Clinton Shiflett, representing Lieutenant Colonel Eduardo Gonzalez, Commander of the Northern California Recruiting Battalion. From the Navy, we have Commander Brian Deerhoff, Commanding Officer. Coast Guard, we have Commander Adam Kozietek of the United States Coast Guard Air Station here in Sacramento. The Marines, we have Major Joshua M. Lewis, Commanding Officer, Marine Corps Recruiting Station, Sacramento. And representing our Gold Star families, we have Karen Meredith, President of the Northern California Gold Star Moms. And with that, I'm going to leave it to the Colonel to provide some opening comments.
No, thank you, Colonel Church, for being here.
Well, thank you very much for having us. We really appreciate you. On behalf of the entire Total Force team that's here, it's good to see all of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians here with us today, and as well the representatives from the Gold Star families. We'd like to say thank you very much to Nevada County, to all of the great support that we get here from the local community, and we very much look forward to continuing the partnership as we continue to strengthen our community engagements. You know, the Chief of Staff gave all the wing commanders Chief of Staff of the Air Force gave all the wing commanders a task a couple weeks ago, and that was to figure out a way to reopen the bases, if you will, because we've been pretty locked down since 9/11, if you will, and from the highest echelons of the United States Air Force, it's figure out a way to get the communities back to the bases and to get the base populace out into the communities. And so with that, I just want to say thank you very much for having us this morning, and we look forward to the future partnership.
Thank you so much. So with that, I would open up does the board have any comments or questions? You want to start, Dan?
The only thing that I want to do is I want to introduce Janie Nall. And Janie is probably the most active civilian on Beale Air Force Base that you'd ever want to meet. She heads up the Beale Liaison Citizens Committee, and she hasn't talked to me for a few months because of the pandemic. But Janie is just a gem as far as working with Beal and wanting Beal to be engaged in the community, and just a sweet, sweet person.
No, thanks, Dan. You know, this is, this resolution that we're going to proclaim November 13th through, or the 5th through the 13th as Military Appreciation Week, and this is our second annual, and we're real excited. Last year we had a appreciation event. It was great, and we keep moving forward with activities that we could do to engage with our folks down at Beal and any of the military that is available. Come and visit our beautiful county. It's east and west. There's so much recreation and fun things to do here. And we want you guys all to know that we appreciate you. We appreciate what you do for us every day, especially with our Gold Star moms that are here. I'm seeing, I think there was one other one here today. Karen's here, and she does a lot of work, she says, really wrangling those gals together, and because they gave the ultimate sacrifice for our country. So with that, I just am thrilled to have you all here today, and I'm just going to open up to the board. Have any comments? And if they want to be quiet, then I'm going to, I'll ask if any of you would like to speak. We have we appreciate you all being here. Anybody want to say anything? Yeah, no, we're just doing this. This is no public comment on this, just this item. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, we'll get to public comment after the presentations. Okay. Well, again, we just want to thank Air Force, Space Force, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Marines, and again, Karen from our Gold Star families for being here. It's a privilege and an honor for you all to be here with us today. Ed?
Well, I just thought there were some others that were going to say something. When?
We got another presentation too.
Oh, we have another presentation?
Yeah, we have another presentation.
Okay, well then, sure. I just want to say thank you to everyone here. Thank you for your service. I'm so impressed with the partnership that we have. Thank you to David, and thank you to Steve back there. There's so many veterans that are now coming in and being part of our team. It's really impressive with the quality of people that are coming in also. So thank you for being here. It's a pleasure meeting a number of you, and thank you for what you do.
Artie?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you as well. It was nice meeting everybody and talking to you this morning. And I was passing along my inspiration. I'm in aviation, and I have a lifelong passion for aviation based on growing up next to Beale Air Force Base and seeing the SR-71, the U-2 fly there. And opening up the bases really resonates with me, like a STEM education component, and bringing all those technical components to our community and trying to create sustainable jobs both in the military and the private sector. And I also want to say thanks to Steve and David for promoting our Skill Bridge program, because I'm the recipient of one of the interns, and it's just outstanding to kind of mix these two kind of high-level leadership type of journeys together, both government service, public service, and military. So I just want to say thank you for coming out today. We look forward to working with you in the future as well. And I wanted to say thank you to Karen as well, the Gold Star families, for your sacrifice and your family's sacrifice in leading the group of, I think she called it the bubbles of people in the journey as they move forward. So thank you, Karen.
Thanks, Heidi?
Yeah, I think my colleagues said it all. Very much appreciate you. I look forward to a partnership to see what we can do together. I appreciate that you all came out this morning, and thank you all for your service.
Thanks, Heidi. Did you have anything else, Dan?
Public comment is not yet. We're on item 1.
Yeah, item 1. We're still on item 1. No, I obviously the military is are people who make a sacrifice, and the sacrifice that they make as far as what's been going on with the pandemic, and what they're asked to do is something, unless you've been in the military, you just don't understand it. And it's not an easy career, but when you meet the people who are in that career, you come to not only appreciate them but respect them for everything they do. And the folks in Beale and the relationship with Yuba County and Sutter County and Nevada County now, I think is important, because civilians need to understand what the military means, and especially in our area. And the sacrifice and the protection that they give us. So anything we can do to make your mission easier is something that we need to be involved in. So thank you very much, Colonel.
No, this is great. We're excited. We're going to celebrate Military Appreciation Week. We have some other activities coming up soon with Cornish Christmas and long awaited, we're going to have a second Air Forces Day in Grass Valley again this year. So we would invite all of you to come up and partake in that and let us celebrate you and what you do for us every day. So with that, I'm going to read this real quick and then we'll go to some other comments. So what we're going to be proclaiming November 5th through 13th, 2022 as Military Appreciation Week in Nevada County. Whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women who served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining our freedoms and a way of life, and whereas tens of millions of Americans have served the armed forces of the United States during the past century, and whereas November 11th was the first designated Armistice Day in 1938 to mark the armistice signed between the Allies of World War I in 1918, and whereas Veterans Day was initially organized by World War II veteran Raymond Weeks in Birmingham, Alabama in 1947 on November 11th, and whereas November 11th was formally proclaimed as Veterans Day in 1954 through the signature of President Dwight Eisenhower and was reminded the office observance date since 1978. And whereas Nevada County is home to more than 8,500 veterans with services offered to eligible veterans, their dependents, and surviving spouses, and whereas Beale Air Force Base is located adjacent to Nevada County with 7,000 active duty military, civilian, and contractor personnel, with another 8,000 retirees and dependents of a total of 15,000 people, and whereas veterans and active duty military from Beale Air Force Base call Nevada County their home, and whereas Beale Air Force Base represents over $216 million in economic impact opportunity and calls willingly put themselves in harm's way to defend us and the lives and liberty of others. And whereas Gold Star families continue to provide sacrifice as they survive the loss of their loved ones who provide the ultimate sacrifice to our county, and whereas the abiding patriotism and enduring devotion to the ideals of which the United States is founded can never fail to inspire us. And whereas our veterans and active duty military understand the important task before the American servicemen and women now keeping watch, and whereas support of the sacred duty that active duty personnel provide and veterans sacrifice for to keep us safe and ensure our freedoms remain true brings us together. And whereas the Board of Supervisors desires to support our veterans and promote its partnership with Beale Air Force Base where applicable for the mutual benefit of our veterans and their families, active duty military, and entire community throughout Nevada County. I'm proud to say we have that relationship. Then we're going to continue to build it. And I'd like to thank you all because I had the opportunity to go down and have a meeting, and it was great. The mayor of Nevada City went with us as well, and our staff. And we really got to talk about how we want to continue the partnering. We have this great program with the Skill Bridge. We got the Army Pays program. There's so many great things going on in Nevada County for our veterans, and we have David in our VSO, so we're going to learn about that in the next presentation. So we really feel blessed to have you all here. So with that, I would have to open up to public comment. So if there's anybody from the public that'd like to speak, now would be time you can come down to the podium. Now this is just on this item, not on the mine. Not yet. I'll signal you when we get to the next one. Do we have anybody online?
We do have one caller, Chair.
Okay, let's bring in that caller, please.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Good morning. Home? Good morning.
Good morning. Matthew Coulter calling in on this important topic. Memorial Park in Grass Valley was donated by Empire Mine for the 18 veterans that died in World War I from the local area. It's been dramatically reduced from what it once was. It's been turned into a sports complex. Zero energy has been put into the veteran side. Multiple 100-year-old trees that were removed unnecessarily were replaced with trees that have now been dead for over 2 years, still in the same spots. Over 2 years, well over 2 years. And that's the second planting of those trees. because the city of Grass Valley doesn't like trees, doesn't like veterans, and doesn't like to maintain anything. So because of that, there's many broken tiles on the walls over there. There's graffiti, there's trash, there's decay, and the multi-million-dollar project.
So today, Matthew, we're talking about Military Appreciation Week, not what, if you don't mind, if you would stay on track with appreciation.
And I'm talking about the lack of appreciation. The appreciation day that was done in Grass Valley was a scam. Chamber of Commerce said that it was going to bring in 4,000 people. It brought in 400 for the merchants, didn't like what happened. Also kind of turned into a drinking event, as Dan well knows, because it was not
Seriously,
really
Matthew.
what it was touted to be. Seriously, Sue, this is of concern to the citizens of Nevada County. And you keep shutting me down illegally and just violate the Brown Act. But there is no rules in Nevada County. You guys do what the hell you want, whenever you
Matthew,
want.
could you bring the conversation back to what the item is a resolution accepting the week of the 5th through the 13th as Military Appreciation Week. That's what we're talking about.
Sure. In a nutshell, you talk the talk, but you don't walk the walk. That's the deal. And maybe some veterans could get involved with the park over here and with the veterans issues in town that seem to be neglected in such a large degree for the people that have died to make it possible for us to even have this conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Okay, with that, is there any other public comment? Okay, well, we have no other public comments, so we will close that item now. Did anybody from the board have anything else they'd like to add? Okay, well, again, we appreciate all this, and I would love it if we could get a picture of you all. If you wouldn't mind just coming up and standing here, we could do a picture where we do our resolution. But first, before I do that, I'm gonna, would somebody like to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that a resolution proclaiming November 5th through the 13th, 2022 as Military Appreciation Week in Nevada County. Although, Julie, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, with that, if you wouldn't mind, that would be great. Come on up. So it might be easier to, we could stay up here and they could all get in front right here. Would that work better?
Down there.
Our next item, number 2, is we're going to have a presentation from the Veterans Services Office, and Rachel, yeah, I'll take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hook and honorable supervisors. It is my, so my name is Rachel Pena. I'm the Director of Social Services. And it is my privilege and my pleasure to introduce your Veteran Services Officer, Sergeant David West, to tell you more about what he and his staff have been doing to serve those who serve. We are incredibly grateful for David and his staff. And I wanted also just to recognize, I know this is a thing that makes him a little bit uncomfortable, as you can see. But I wanted also just to say, David was honored. So our local VFW nominated him earlier this year for a national recognition. He received an Employee Veteran Leadership Award that was a national award honoring 27 vets nationwide who are making a difference. He was featured in the GI Jobs July of 2022 magazine. Nice picture. He's doing really good work. So anyway, just wanted to say he really makes this, this is a calling for him. And I feel really proud of the work that he's doing. And he never stops looking for creative and new ways to reach underserved veteran populations in our community as well. And I'm truly honored to serve alongside him. So I'm looking forward to being able to share with you the work that the Veteran Services Office is doing here in Nevada County.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning. I would like to thank the ladies and gentlemen of the board, Chair Hook, and our CEO, Allison Lehman, for providing me the time to speak on the Nevada County Veteran Services Office and our accomplishments over the past year. The Nevada County Veteran Service Office exists to assist the veterans, their dependents, and the surviving spouses of this community to obtain the federal, state, and local benefits that they are entitled to. Roughly 8,500 veterans, or about 10% of our population, live in Nevada County, and it is our mission to assist each veteran to obtain the benefits that he or she has earned. The VSO is mostly known for assisting veterans to obtain compensation for injuries or diseases that were a result of their service. However, we also assist low-income, homeless, or aging veterans obtain VA pension benefits if they served during a period of war. The VSO operates on a budget of just over $611,000 per year. We are currently fully staffed with 3 full-time employees, 1 part-time temporary office assistant, and we are engaged in the county's intern program, which assists with our transportation program. Currently, the veterans in Nevada County receive $45 million in federal benefits annually, and our office has assisted in generating $5.3 million in benefits to our veterans in our community to date. Additionally, last year we were awarded $49,000 annually for 2 years to provide free and confidential mental health services to the veterans of Nevada County. This is a grant that we had previously been awarded, and it's helped ensure that we have not lost a single veteran to suicide since 2018. This is truly significant because national statistics show that 22 veterans are committing suicide daily. Tracy Hart joined the VSO in October of 2020. She was assigned the position of our underserved veterans population outreach coordinator shortly after she started, and she has grown into her abilities as a veterans advocate. The number of homeless veterans has been reduced to 38 to our current number of 8. Tracy was the only non-veteran services officer who was personally invited to the CalVet Leadership Summit this past September. It was here that she got an opportunity to meet General Huntley, who is the director of the VA State, Local, and International Engagement Office, and asked for a report on our county's efforts to reduce veterans' homelessness to zero. Tracy is also, after General Huntley received our report, he informed us that he has shared it with Secretary McDonough. Tracy has also been providing services to Truckee on a bi-weekly basis to the Truckee American Legion. Once again, her efforts have led to consistent stream of veterans seeking services from on Fridays when she is in Truckee. Tara Ireland joined the VSO in October of 2021. Tara previously worked for the Placer County VSO and was working within our eligibility department when she first joined our office. Tara's background allows her to be the ultimate veterans advocate. I quickly assigned her as our senior veterans outreach coordinator, and she began providing outreach to the Auburn VA outpatient clinic on a bi-weekly basis. She also visits retirement homes, assisted living homes, and nursing homes to provide services to veterans who cannot make it to our office. However, the thing that makes Tara truly unique is that if a veteran is not entitled to veterans benefits, because of her background, she can assist her clients to apply for any state benefit that they are entitled to. This is unique to the veteran service industry, and like Tracy, sets her apart from her peers throughout the state. Now we're going to focus on some of the stuff we are doing in Nevada County. Last year, Nevada County announced that we are focused on reducing veterans' homelessness to zero. At that time, we had just entered the last mile of ending veterans homelessness at 29. Today, we sit at 8 known homeless veterans in Nevada County. When we were attending the CalVet Leadership Summit in September, we had an opportunity to highlight that Nevada County has issued all of its HUD-VASH vouchers to assist our veterans to obtain permanent housing and reduce our overall homeless veteran population. We're also able to educate the leaders at VA and CalVet that surrounding counties had not established programs that were as focused, collaborative, and robust as ours, and they had HUD-VASH vouchers that they were being unused. We are currently waiting for a response from the VA to inform us if more HUD-VASH vouchers are going to be directed to our county. The Nevada County Veterans Services Office hosted the California Association of County Veterans Services Officers at the 2002 Fall Conference at the Gold Miners Inn. This is the first time that the CACVSO has held one of its conferences north of Sacramento in over 15 years. This conference provided an opportunity for the leaders of CalVet and the VA to see firsthand the lack of reliable resources for veterans in our community. I was able to educate Principal Undersecretary of Veterans Benefits, Mike Frew, on the uniqueness of our rural community and what resources we need to educate more veterans on the benefits available to them. In June of 2022, I was invited by the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers to audition to become a member of their training team. Following a successful audition, I was asked to join their training team and will be instructing my first class in early November. In February, I'll be traveling to D.C. with the NACVSO training team to work with the VA training team to develop new training materials following the passage of the PACT Act, in which we'll cover later. The NACVSO offers the best training on veterans benefits throughout the entire industry, and being part of the team will help ensure the Nevada County Veterans Services Office has the most current information available when assisting our veterans. We have also focused on bringing service to our veterans. In the past year, we entered an MOU with Guitars for Vets, which is a national organization that assists veterans to learn how to play guitar. Every Friday, we have veterans learn how to play guitar at the Brighton Greens facility, and after 10 sessions, they receive their own free acoustic guitar. We're also working with an MOU with the Citrus Heights Vet Center so that veterans can receive therapy from our facility instead of having to travel down to Citrus Heights and save some money on that expensive gas. We're also invested in an outreach booth that had led to increased outreach efforts within the community, and we'll be partnering with local American Legion and VVA to host different barbecues throughout the county as a way to reach more veterans where they are. All right. Anticipated delays in 2023. On August 10th, 2022, President Biden signed into public law the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our promise to address Comprehensive Tax Act of 2022, or the Honoring Our PACT Act. This was the most comprehensive bill to impact the VA in generations. It not only affected our current generation of veterans from burn pits and added 23 presumptive conditions, meaning if they were there and they have this, the VA is going to compensate them. It also impacted Vietnam-era veterans. Those veterans that served in Thailand, I no longer have to verify that they served on the perimeter of a base to prove that they were exposed to Agent Orange. Now, if you were there, you were exposed. They added hypertension for Vietnam vets. This bill also allowed 3.5 million more veterans to get VA health care. This is all great and is really good for the veteran community. However, it is causing major delays. The VA is in the process of trying to hire 2,000 more what they call RVSRs to make decisions on these claims, and it has created a bottleneck right now. And the reason why this is an issue is because Nevada County Veteran Services Office is synonymous with the VA, right? So we're working our best to educate the public on just how impactful this is going to be and how it's going to slow down the process. But with all the training and the stuff we're doing, we're trying to make really good claims that hopefully get pushed through fast. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to introduce Ms. Yvonne Nguyen to talk about her experience at the VSO.
Welcome, Yvonne.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm in District 3, Dan. I'm happy to meet you after the event. I hope I can shake your hand. I'm a military veteran from the Army, exited the Army in 1983, October 1983. I was in to be a medic, and I wasn't able to finish my training. I was unceremoniously booted out for injuries that they weren't willing to rehab me for. It really sent my life in a different direction.
We're so happy you're here sharing this with us today. You are amazing. And having you a part of our community and working now with David, I only see great things moving forward. Deep breath. And you are a warrior, woman. You are awesome. We're so happy to have you here today.
I was going to try to control that, but
Oh,
it
you are
doesn't
just doing
seem
awesome.
to-
David used to be that way too, so you're safe. Seriously? You are all good. He really has moved out of his shell for there.
You would think that after 38 years, I would have gotten over feeling this way. And because of David, and only because of David, I've received the benefits that he convinced me that I was entitled to. And I want to share that when you raise your hand and you go and you leave home, and it was pretty much right out of high school, you know. My parents were having a hard time with my grandmother, who was very ill and moved in. And, you know, when you're caring for your parent, my mom was very busy with that, and there were a lot of other expenses and resources needed to go to a different direction to care for my grandmother. And it was a very good idea for me, I felt, for the family on the whole, for me to go out earlier than I anticipated and get my life started so that my parents could handle their parents. And when I came back, I was kind of like grandma, you know. I needed care. And it was a lot, and it was a lot of stress on the family. When I went to Martinez, to the VA, that was a really horrific experience. Not only because of what I saw when I was there and the level of injury and sacrifice that servicemen and women had made. They were in the hallways in wheelchairs, a lot of them missing majority of their body parts and faces and eyes. I did not feel worthy to be getting any benefits. And the process was, I felt like there was a spotlight. I felt like there was a laser on my forehead. Why are you even here? Because look at these other people. And that's how I felt. So I left Martinez and I went back home and I said, I'm never going to do this. I'm never going to seek anything again, ever. Never. Because I didn't feel worthy. So I didn't seek anything. And I wouldn't be able to pass any of the physical fitness tests for the jobs that I thought I could then maybe go into, since I didn't have a military career forward. But I was not able to pass those tests because of my injuries. So it was a long time before I was able to get any gainful employment. So I got married. I married a Navy vet. And back in 2017, he shot himself. And he did a lot of what all these guys do and women do. They isolate. They put you out. You cannot reach them. And because of that, the marriage failed. And a few years ago, he called me, and after not talking for 24 years, we were on the phone for 14 hours from a 24-year absence. And 2 weeks later, he killed himself. And my daughter was the one who had to find him. So, you know, that wasn't what hurts our children hurts us. And I wasn't dealing with my personal experience with the military and the VA very well. And then I wasn't really equipped to deal with his suicide He was, after all, still my daughter's father, and he was a person I very much loved at one time. So I was floundering, and I didn't know how to help my daughter, Jackie. I didn't have the skills to coach her. I did the best I could do. Thank God she's come out of it. She went to the gym, and she worked out day and night. She looks like a warrior, and she is my warrior. I went to go use my VA loan after all this time of being told it was issued in error. And you got $2,000 of severance pay, and that's what you're entitled to, and goodbye. But Tina Screwcred, right here on Main Street, I found a house. 3 weeks later, it closed. It's just a little 600 square foot house, little humble domicile that I love. And she said, you need to go over and talk to David West. And she said, did you have any disability rating when they put you out? And I said, yes, I did, but I couldn't ever do anything with it. I never got anything done with it. You know, I was fearful of the process with my experience. So I came over to the vet center a couple different times, and of course, you know, they're very busy. But I happened in on a Thursday, and I was lucky enough that David was coming out of his office at just the right time. And we went into his office, and we sat down, and we talked, and pretty much the same thing is happening there as what's happening here. I had a lot of bottled up pain and a lot of issues unresolved. And, you know, just the fact that our family was fractured by divorce and then fractured by suicide again, and then not really being able to navigate through the VA system and really being completely opposed to it. I said, I don't believe in the program. David, I don't believe that they really care. That's my experience. And he said to me, you believe that I believe, and that'll be enough. And we'll get you there. That's all you have to do. Just believe that I believe for you. And it took almost 2 years. Full 2 years. And the CMP process, the first one I went through was pretty horrific. And I said, I don't think I want to do this again. And he said, you need to believe that I believe for you. And he came across the desk, you know, sort of leaned across the desk with those steely blue eyes that I'll never forget as long as I live, you know, and it was almost, I felt like I was getting an order to believe. It was almost like, I order you to believe in what I can do. And I've generally been pretty good at taking orders. I come from a military family. You know, we got orders in the household. We got orders, you know, you did not mess up. And I felt the authority in his voice, and I saw it in his eyes. And that is what convinced me that I was going to be worth this. And he said, you are worth it, and you are eligible for things. And that day, when I left and I started writing my story, it took 2 months, and I pulled things out of it, and I had my buddy letters and all of those things that you need to have for a proper claim. And, you know, right out of the gate, it was denied, of course, which we kind of knew it was going to be. And he just kept on me, stay strong. And if you need to pull strength from me, then you have it. So I cannot say enough. If anyone knows any veterans that have my feelings, I really wanted to put a sticker on my car that I was a veteran. I was very proud of my family and my veterans status, but I did not want to answer any questions of anybody because I was embarrassed that I didn't do what everyone else did. And it wasn't for the lack of being willing. So Nevada County has been very welcoming to me. I moved up here in 2012. I took a little break from 2015 to 2018, and I was having some issues, and I bought a big trailer, and I moved it to the river in Yolo County, and I lived in that trailer on the river for 4 years. And I tried to rehab myself, around nature. It was helpful, and it gave me the strength to come back up here and buy a house in December of 2019, the little abode that I'm in now. And the trailer I donated to Hospitality House for a homeless lady, and she's living in it. So if anybody knows anybody who doesn't feel worthy or deserving, they really need to get over that. And that's a really hard thing to get over. Before you can even fill one document out and ask for any help at all, you have to get over it. And I was able to get over that because of David. And I pretty much have my whole future because of him. And I know there's not a lot of women that maybe come through here that don't look like they came from here. But that has not been an experience of mine in Nevada County. The amount of diversity that's here has been perfect. The diversity recipe for me in Nevada County has been perfect. I have felt warm. I have felt welcomed. I've been invited to things. I participate in a lot more than I did before I got help. And anytime David needs a hand doing anything, I'm available because I managed in all of this to pull off a retirement. And June 29th of this year, I retired from the Office of Emergency Services, Public Safety Communication 911 Division. And so with all this extra time, I got to spend 3 days with the VSO office personnel and the American Legion gals and the whole crew of everyone that steps up, and they just put their arms around me and said, come on in, and we'll see you at the next event, and we'll see you at the next meeting. And it has been the difference in my life between night and day, and even my daughter's life. Because when I got better, she also benefited from that. So it's not just who you see sitting here. There's a little small family behind me, just a little one, just myself and my daughter and my brother. But it doesn't really matter if you're from a small family, a big family, if your family was military and you went in, or they were civilians and you went in. All of us have our story that we need to stop stuffing down. And I've been doing that for 38 years. And it had an effect on me. It eventually caused me to get sick. I became diabetic because of the stress that I could never put down. And, but with the people that I've met through the VA, they've kept me busy. And staying busy burns calories, and burning calories burns sugar. And burning sugar means that I don't take metformin anymore. I stopped taking it. And I've really focused on trying to put my energy into doing something for someone else. And that keeps me out of my own head. So I'm really honored to sit here with all of you, have tears, and not be ashamed. Thank you.
Yvonne, you are a warrior. So thank you so much for sharing that. And it just goes to show there's something special about David West and his team working here in our community, and things are happening. And we're going to embrace you as you stay here and work along with him side by side. We already had some great conversations of the ideas that you want to bring forward for our next stand down. So I know you're going to just stay in this community, and you're going to keep doing things for other veterans that are here. So thank you, Vaughn. That was very special. Oh, man. Okay. This is amazing. I know, David, you know how much I appreciate what you do every day. It was wonderful. I got to speak at your Calvet meeting that you had here. It was wonderful to see all of them come here to Nevada County and see what we have and what we need. And I know you make those needs heard. And so you do a tremendous job here in our community. And we thank you on your team and Rachel, how that all works, those wraparound services. And that doesn't happen everywhere. So you guys are making things happen. That's another thing about Nevada County. We really want to be better at what we do, and you show that the best. And I loved how she said that you believe for her. That's incredible. That's a big gift that you give, is believe. So that was awesome. Dan?
Okay, Yvonne, you become worthy when you raise your hand to take the oath. That's when you become worthy. And it was something that I had to come to grips with, because I did go through, I was a combat medic, and I went through jump school, but they sent me to Germany for 18 months. I never put a Band-Aid on a person for 18 months. So my military career was, I never felt that I was deserving of the benefits until I met him. And jumping out of perfectly good Air Force planes, I had lower back and neck injuries, and he convinced me that I've got a benefit. And I said, David, come on. I didn't go to Vietnam. I mean, I basically went to Germany and drank beer for 18 months and served. But I didn't go to Vietnam, where all my buddies were going and getting shot. But he convinced me you have a military-related disability, and he convinced me that I deserve benefits. And darn gone, that Marine was right. And it's fun to give him a bad time about being a Marine, but there are people in our community, when we talk about the VSO, I have never heard a negative comment about our VSO because of David and what he does for veterans. And, he helped me out, and I didn't think I was worthy or deserving. So I relate exactly what you were saying, but now I receive benefits, and he's going to get me my VA card, which I haven't received yet. So, because when I move, there's a VA hospital 11 miles from where I'm going to be, and so I'm going to take advantage of those benefits too. But David, can't say enough about what you do and what you meant to our community. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Ed?
Well, David, we're supposed to give you all the kudos. What a great program that it is. But I think LaVon and Dan have really said it all. So you're obviously doing a great job out there, and we thank you for your service, David.
Hardy?
Thank you. I just wanted to say thanks, Yvonne, for your courage and your honesty in telling that story. It's not easy to come up in front of people that you don't know. When we sit up here, we'd rather be down with you or near you, and I just want to say thanks for your honesty and your integrity in that process of relaying all that information. And David, your passion for service came through. You came up and met with us and Matt and our Vets Hall and tried to deal with that really sticky issue, and I wanted to appreciate, say thanks for coming up and spending Fridays in Truckee, because we have a small veteran population, but it's transient, so it's tough to get that service provision like we get in West County, so thank you for sticking with it. And what I wanted to mention too is that you kind of, with Yvonne's stories, you leaned in to the problem, like literally, and Yvonne had relayed that to us, and I think that in serving others in government takes that passion, right, to really break down the bureaucratic red tape and lean in on a problem, and that's what you exemplify that and show us that that's possible here. And I want to say thanks, and you can also support and inspire all these other people. And Yvonne, there's a spot in Nevada County for you to continue to help work with other people, because we can benefit. You continue to help people here, either at the county of Nevada or other places here locally. So I just want to say thanks. And finally, I'll end with, it's about communicating our story and telling our story about what we do and how you serve others. And so there's this great video, if you haven't seen it, of David out there. It's just a wonderful video talking about what he does every day, and it showed me what you do, and it really it touched me. So I would encourage everybody to look up that video on our social media. So thank you.
Heidi?
Thank you so much. Wow, it was a little emotional. Yvonne, thank you so much for sharing your story, for having the grit and braveness to do that. And it's what a great ending. And I'm glad you are feeling welcome here in Nevada County. And thanks to David for helping you feel that way. And David, I know I've had family myself that I've sent to you. And so we've all been touched by the good work you've been doing. And keep it up and keep your enthusiasm for this job going too. That helps a lot. I think your own passion makes it possible for you to be so successful. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thanks, Heidi. Allison, do you have any comments?
Oh, thanks, Chair Hook. David, just my continued appreciation to you and your team, and for Rachel and your leadership and just your integration into the community. And Yvonne, what a pleasure hearing your story, and just a reminder of the sacrifice of every level of service. So thank you.
Okay, well, it just is, this is about military today and our veterans and everybody. So right now I just want to give you all just a round of applause. Okay, so I didn't even bring this, I would get so wrapped up in it. Is there any public comment? Julie, do we have anybody on the line?
Yes, I do have someone online, Chair.
Okay, could you bring that person in, please?
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Hello, Matthew Coulter calling. I just wanted to thank David West for everything that he's done with our local office, because I watched it deteriorate into nothingness before he was here. And the one thing I would like to say is that don't burn him out, because usually when people are motivated and do a good job, they seem to be nabbed up by Placer County and other folks, and he spreads us even more thin. But I appreciate everything he's done, and restaffing and having someone to pick the phone up was pretty awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Nice, thanks. I know when you look at this, disability compensation and pension programs, benefits available for surviving spouses. We did $5.3 million in federal benefits here, education, college fee waivers, and the outreach efforts that go. So it goes on and on. So thank you, David. Well, go ahead, David. I'm going to talk a little about the VASH vouchers.
Yeah, Regional Housing Authority has about 23 VASH vouchers that are designated to Nevada County. So might want to contact Gus down there, David, and see what the availability is, because Nevada County actually gets a good allotment.
Yes, we have. Yes, I'll reach out. Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. If there's no other public comment, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to go and we just accept this report. Of a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Been moved by Heidi, seconded by Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Well, thank you. And thank you again for the wonderful presentation. I want to again thank you all for being here, for meeting all of our different branches of the service. Thank you all again very much. What a great day. Okay, with that, we are going to move on to item. Oh, this is Heidi's. Heidi, I'm going to let you take this one off, and I'm going to let you introduce it. This is another.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on up, Gloria. So this is going to be a certificate of appreciation, of recognition for Gloria Novak for her many years of public service to Lake Vera Round Mountain community and overall work to improve the lives of the community. So a couple of years ago, I got a call from Gloria who asked me to come out to the Lake Vera neighborhood and bring some of our staff to look at the fire danger out there. She is able always to bring a great group of people together. She's been incredibly active, incredibly passionate, and turns out has been involved with Firewise community for quite a long time. and also has quite a distinguished career that she's brought here and used her skills here in the community. So Gloria, what we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and read the certificate of recognition so people know why we're honoring you, and then ask you to say a few words, and then it'll come back to us to say a few words, and then there'll be a chance for any of your friends or colleagues to make public comment, all right? Thank you for being on the hot seat. Know how comfortable that can be. The Board of Supervisors presents their certificate of recognition to Gloria Novak for her many years of public service. Gloria Novak first moved to Nevada County in December 1991 after being evacuated from the Oakland Hills firestorm of the same year. So now we know where that passion comes from, right? Before coming to Nevada County, she worked as the library space planner for the campus and head of the engineering library at the University of California, Berkeley, for over 20 years. Shortly after moving to Nevada County, Gloria quickly brought her planning skills to the community during the Nevada County General Plan Update in 1995 to 1996, and also became a member of the South Yuba River Citizens League. During that time, Gloria worked with the Lake Vera Round Mountain community to provide a plan for the Lake Vera Round Mountain community on issues related to public roads, water, wastewater, evacuation routes, land use, and fire safety policies that would become part of the county's plan. Since 2018, Gloria has been leading the LVRM community with a focus on fire evacuation, safety routes planning, and emergency communications. Gloria applies her planning skills and strategic thinking to community problem solving. As a founding member of our Firewise community, the group grew from 4 to 6 people to 456 households, representing easily more than 1,000 residents. Throughout her career in public service, she served various national planning committees, including helping establish library building standards, served as a member of the American Library Association, published several writings, and won multiple awards for her work. Notably, she also served as chairperson of the Building Committee for College and University Libraries at the American Library Association between 1973 to 1976, and, especially notable for us, provided consulting on the planning for dozens of libraries all over the country, including Grass Valley and Truckee in 2002. That is such a thrill. So, just kudos to you for all this great work you've done and for organizing one of the most potentially impacted by fire communities out there where you're living. So let's give a round of applause. And what a great model for some of the other Firewise communities too. So Gloria, just want to turn it over to you to see if you want to add anything.
Well, the only thing I'd like to add is I'm honored to receive the Nevada County Board of Supervisors Certificate of Recognition. And you mentioned I was a refugee from the Oakland Hills fire. That fire was especially frightening when I remember the residents and a law enforcement officer who died as he was trying to lead them to safety. This memory is the driving force behind my efforts to help make our community safe from wildfire. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gloria. That does explain the incredible passion and sense of urgency that you never cease to bring to every meeting and every issue. And boy, you've gotten my attention early and often, and that's what it takes, I think, here with the fire danger we have. So let me turn it over to some of my colleagues to see if they want to add anything.
Thanks,
Sue?
Heidi. Well, Gloria, what a thrill to have you here today and look over your history. And just to see that you built a community of 4 to 6 to 456 houses for fire safe. That's incredible. It's incredible. Especially, we choose to live here, right? Yeah. So, and we love it here. And a lot of work has to go into taking care of our properties and becoming fire safe. And I guess the other part that excites me is the library. We have great stuff going on with our library, and what a wonderful history you have with working there. These are very important things to all of our whole community. We're excited. We're getting ready to open a new library down in Ed's district, and then talk of the library up at a new different library, a big library up in East County. So know you've made an impact there as well. So thank you for that. Thank you for being here today. Hardy?
Thank you, Gloria. Yeah, I've been to your neighborhood, and it's pretty serious fire threat. Yeah. A lot of fuel and rolling hills and
Another paradise.
exposure. Yeah, so I just commend you on all your work bringing all of those people together, because it's a full-time job. And having dealt with some of our other fire-safe, Firewise communities in the UBET area, I know how much it takes. And great. I just want to say thank you, and we have lots to talk with you about regarding libraries and East County library projects. Thanks again.
Ed?
Same here, Gloria. Thank you for being here, and really thank you for serving as a example of what can be done with the Firewise communities. And there's so many excellent Firewise communities here in Nevada County, and I'm sure you kind of served as an example for so many of them. So thank you, thank you.
Nice. Dan?
Yeah, we all remember that Oakland fire and the horror that the residents had to go through. And, you know, the one good thing that came out of it was that you came to Nevada County. And, you know, out of a disaster, we benefited. So for your work and what you've meant to our community, this is a great honor. So thank you very much.
I like that. So with that, I'd like to open up public comment. Not this one yet. Oh, good morning. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Harper. I'm on. Oh, God.
You're on now.
And I live across the way from her. And I've been here for 30 years, moved from Southern California, and I live on almost 2 acres. And what I want to say about Gloria is her graciousness. She's very graceful, and I can tend to be a little pushy. You know, I get excited and I want things done. And we have a particular resident who's right on the Round Mountain Ranch Road who's been really reticent to clear the property, and it's really, you know, there's a dead tree and there's a lot of fire hazard. And I said, Gloria, what can we do? What can we do? And she says, we can't upset him. We have to be able to work with him. I go, okay, Gloria, fine, okay. So that is what I want to really say about you, Gloria, is your elegance and your capacity to be passionate about what you are, and just your grace. I just really know it's actually true power, which is not force, because force is not, it's just not as powerful as power. So you have true power, and you're an example for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
And thank you, Heidi.
Nice.
Is that it? Can you hear me?
There, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. My name is Kathy Greenwood. I am in the same district. I live on Selby Lane, and I've been active on our road association, and so it just was the natural step, since we're all very concerned about wildfires, to join the Firewise community. So I've known Gloria during all of this time, 7 years or so, or 6, or whatever it is. And she, even when there was a few times that I failed her because of family issues and the pandemic, and she never stopped. She never stopped. She held us all together. And she was very insistent, kindly, gently insistent, and made things happen. And here we are, still working on trying to prevent wildfires. And I'm very grateful to her, and I consider her a friend. And I'm glad you are honoring her. She definitely deserves it.
Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your comments. Julie, is there anybody online? Oh, wait, let's hold on one second. Hey, Jeff.
Good morning. So I'm going to take off my Chief Probation Officer hat for a second and put on my neighborhood hat. So I live just up the road from Gloria. She knows my wife, Julie, probably better than she knows me. But, I mean, just living in the neighborhood, I mean, the neighborhood, like I think Hardy said, I mean, it's at the top of between Purdon and Edwards Crossing. So, I mean, there's probably 15 minutes to get out if there's a fire down there. So I don't think we would live there unless we had someone like Gloria to work on all the issues that she works on, and she keeps us all in line and motivated and keeps everything rolling. And I think one thing that I've heard about her that I think she told us once that she didn't say here is that I think she's also writing her memoirs in Mandarin. Is that correct? So, very fascinating person and very appreciative of her efforts. So thank you.
Thank you. Julie, is there anyone online, or we have any written comment?
We have no callers, Chair, and no written comments.
Okay, great. Well, one more call for public comment. Okay, I'll close public comment. We'll come back. Gloria, what nice comments. You know, to be able to lead with grace is such a gift. Truly, it just shows what your community just talked about you. That's pretty amazing. And like when I look at you saying that there's 1,000 people that you've garnered to come together and work for fire safeness in your community, that's huge. That's huge. And I just like say in our community, I love that we're doing, you know what, we're headed to being 100 fire safe communities. And so look at how you've led the way in that a little bit, you know, that's pretty special. So thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for being here today. And thank you for Heidi to introducing us all to you. I think that's a little gift all in itself, Heidi. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Take it back to you, Heidi.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we didn't even talk about your travels abroad, and I hope you write a memoir in English and talk about what you're doing here in Nevada County too. We'd love to read that. So why don't we, if you don't mind, come up here, and why don't we all take a picture, and I'll give you your certificate. But again, thank you so much, Gloria. It's such a joy working with you, and I know we're going to continue to work together. Really quickly, we're first going to do a motion to accept the certificate. I'd like to move that we do so.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those say aye?
Aye.
Perfect. No, that's
Thank you.
awesome. I don't think you have to.
Look like you're having fun.
Okay, we're going to move right on into general public comment. Jim, that's what's coming next. So this is where members of the public are going to be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or the staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. And we'll just move on from there. So if you're not here, you can call into the chambers today at 530-270-3474 to comment live on the phone. So with that, I will open up public comment.
At last.
Thanks for being here, Jim. Yeah, at last.
Well, good morning, supervisors and county staff and county council.
I'm here again with a quick update on the Stop the Mine activities, even in the midst of many, many important things this morning. For the record, I'm Jim Baer, 21-year county resident, former planning commissioner, and business owner in Grass Valley, and I'm proud to say this morning that I'm a veteran, Air Force veteran. So I want to know, did you see, you most likely did, the front page headline in the Union on September 28th? It was, and this is what they reported, our children, will be around their whole lives breathing this toxic soup, mine impacts scrutinized during a public forum. That headline was based on a presentation by Dr. Jeff Kane, and it was noting that there will be 80 years of air pollution after the mine mitigation measures are implemented. This news article went on to say that we have had a standing room only attendance at that meeting at the Universalist Unitarian Meeting Hall. Attendees included government officials and community leaders. The approximately 100 of us that were in attendance stayed, most of us stayed until about 7:30 with comments and questions. Not one person was for the mine. We have heard some questions repeatedly. For example, why is this project even being considered? Another one, I certainly will vote against it. Of course they can't. It violates California state code. Why isn't that a showstopper? That referred to section 41700 of the California Health and Safety Code and was presented by Dr. Chris Newsom. A major action item presented was to request that the county recirculate the Idaho Maryland Mine Project DEIR because there are too many significant negative impacts that cannot be mitigated to safe levels. For example, air pollution as described by Drs. Kane and Newsom. The success of the forum pointed to an overwhelming county opposition to the mine. And I'll probably see you again, and thanks for listening.
So Jim, if you wouldn't mind, if you want to give a copy of that or send it in through email to the clerk, that would be great. So we have a record of it. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, board members and staff. Mark Johnson, a proud constituent of the ever lovely Miss Hoke. I just have one thing to say. I'm with him.
Thanks, Mark. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Marion Blair, and I'm in District 3. I hadn't planned on speaking this morning, but after listening to these wonderful presentations, I heard several things that stood out, and that is that public service is admired both in government and in the military, which I guess is sort of a branch of government, and that we are the public, and I've done a lot of talking to members of the community about this mine, and I would say that 98% of the people that I have spoken to are opposed to it. This is not a scientific cross-section or sampling by any stretch of the imagination, but still I think it's very significant. And I agree with Jim that there are numerous significant impacts on this mine. I am a retired biologist that cannot be mitigated safely, and it is essential to recirculate that draft environmental impact process. We admire the rule of law, and in California we have CEQA, and that is this part of the CEQA process. It can't be shortcutted. I heard Mr. Bullock say, lean in, and I like that. We need to lean into what the public wants here. I think a few hundred jobs that are going to be very dangerous underground jobs are not worth the risk to our way of life. I heard somebody else mention that in our community, both in terms of health and safety and the fun that I heard another supervisor say. We have a lot of fun things to do in this county. We won't anymore if we have, well, it'll be cut back significantly if we have the level of noise, explosions, danger, and traffic that will happen from this mine. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to us, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for comments. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Sue. How you doing today?
Good.
Today I'm here in my official capacity as the recorder of the Nevada County Assembly. I would like 5 minutes on the clock, please.
So we're just doing 3 these days, so that's all there is, 3.
Okay? Can you reset the clock for me, please?
We can.
Okay. Today, I want to address again, 2 weeks ago, I mentioned to you guys that something happened in 1960, on the November 8th, 1960 general election. Last week, at the Lake Wildwood Measure V Town Hall, I asked you specifically, will you support the rule of law? Even here in this audience, we have speakers who have spoken about the mine and about how certain aspects of that mine are not able to meet the codes. And those codes will reflect, when you enforce the rule of law, you will not be able to approve that reopening of the mine until all of these issues are resolved. But more than that, the board is now probably aware that there are members of the community who have been exercising their unalienable rights, and we have not heard a response back from this board. So we're going to generally assume that you are not in disagreement with the statements that are being made, and there are going to be many more of them. And over time, we are going to be expecting you to enforce the rule of law. And again, the rule of law back in 1960 was established. That is going to affect everybody in this county. It's going to affect the board. And I really do encourage the board to research what happened in 1960. And again, over the coming weeks, you are going to be receiving more and more documentation from the Assembly on that very subject. Please understand that if you ignore the letters that we will be sending over the course of the next several weeks and months, that there are legal ramifications for ignoring us. So again, the rule of law is important, both in the common law sphere and in the corporate law that you operate under. So just please do not disrespect us by ignoring any lawful letters that we send to you as we move forward and try to resolve what happened on November 8th, 1960. It is huge. It is bigger than everybody realizes, and we need to start having these public dialogues about how we're going to implement what happened in 1960. So with that, I will leave you just knowing that we're not going away. We are going to be enforcing the law that was passed, and we expect you to follow the law as well.
So Chair Hook, the information that's provided is very vague. I will have staff follow up with him to get more information. We did go back and research the election that year, so it'd be great to provide further clarification outside of public comment. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Anita Wall-Tuttle. I live at 6 Rockwood Drive in Grass Valley and have for quite a few years now. Thank you for having us. I have this directed to the Board of Supervisors. And my request is that you would please recirculate the DEIR, as there are too many significant negative impacts that cannot be mitigated. Among those are, as have been mentioned, massive air pollution, unacceptable quantities of water needed during a time of extended drought, noise and vibration levels way beyond state-mandated levels, and an earthquake fault running from north to south along the western border of Grass Valley, which itself is riddled with a multitude of tunnels just waiting to implode. And not forgetting that there are probably new, more explosive materials invented since the mine was closed that are waiting to be tested under our beautiful community.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name is Nori Fussell, and I'm a 42-year resident of Nevada County, and a military veteran, and a firm believer in the notion of we the people and the united part of the United States. I've been around here long enough to remember the Pine Creek Massacre. If you don't remember that, then you haven't been here that long, but it's what led to that sinkhole right next to the Rayleigh's shopping center. And if you really think about what this mine is going to bring us, we're going to lose the town, basically, the physical area with the explosions, with the pollution, with the drawdown of our water supplies. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. So I really feel that we, the people, should rise up and stop this mine, and I hope that you would lead that.
Thank you. Chris.
I need to say something which is going to require my clock to be reset in just a second. My concern is according to the verbiage of the public comment, I don't have the opportunity to address the potential withdrawal of several of these resolutions. So how do I get to do that if I can't talk about what's on the agenda?
So to be clear, we're only on general public comment. When it comes to consent, you can comment again on all those.
Okay, then I'll
It's a
stand up.
different, it's a different set of the public, you got public comment and then consent public comment.
I'll come back then.
So you can come back then. Is there any other public comment? Julie, do you have anybody on the line or any written public comment on?
Yeah, we do have one caller, Chair.
Okay.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Matthew Coulter. I always have lots of things to talk about, you know that. But with this mine talk, I think it's important to focus on the fact that the sinkhole that's being repaired, very expensive project right now on Colfax Avenue, being done by Hanson Brothers under the direction of Caltrans, was just one sinkhole, the latest that is a $1 million project. So as we look at the terrain, and because we have trees that have grown up since the clear cutting of the area, we can't really see all the sinkholes. We can't really see the vertical air shafts. We can't see the mine shafts. Many have been sloughed over, but there's thousands. They're everywhere. And the land along Idaho-Maryland Road to the east, all the way up to South Auburn, that was purchased by the mine at that time because of such subsidence in the land that the farms were ruined that were there originally. And that's why there's no grand houses in that part of town. So there's a lot to be considered with messing around with what's underground, especially with the dewatering, depressurizing, and bringing all that toxic stuff to the surface, including, hundreds of dead mules and who knows how many people. And so it'll be interesting to see how the board handles this in the future, because from the very get-go, it seems like you guys have been totally on board with Rise Gold, and a lot of the development that has been okayed in Grass Valley and the county was predicated on Rise Gold coming in. So it's unfortunate that it seems like a rubber stamp deal, but there's a lot of people against it, and we should continue to fight against it and just look at the different disasters that have happened locally here. We've lost houses to sinkholes, the Freeman Lane thing that was caused by the city of Grass Valley, and all these different areas, we have hundreds of miles of shafts underneath us. Some are very, very close to the surface. And if you need a tour, there's plenty of places to go, but I totally encourage you to go to the Historical Library at the corner of Ridge Road, Nevada City Highway, and just look through some of the old maps. It's mind-boggling what a maze of underground caverns we have beneath us. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay, anybody else online, Julie?
I think that's the only caller, but I see that I received an email if you'd like me to read that into the record.
Please, would you read that in the record?
This is from Randall Strawson. He's a Nevada County resident, and he writes, "My name is Randall Strawson. I live in District 1, and I would like to comment on the 2020 outdoor event ordinance pilot. I was planning to address the third of my proposed amendments. All events of this scale, not just weddings, should count toward the quota, which should be returned to 4. But I decided it would be better to jump ahead and quickly address some key background points and propose next steps. 1, enforcement is difficult and largely ineffective, which is exploited by event holders, both permitted and not. That's a lot of words, so let me explain what I mean. The sheriff was a key player in the 2014 outdoor ordinance, but now it's CDA and CAL FIRE that have assumed frontline responsibilities. CDA is off the clock when these events are most likely to be occurring, and CAL FIRE said they do not want to interfere with weddings. In addition, even when they have a long history of complaints, at least some properties continue to get permits. As long as they comply with the boilerplate requirements, their negative impact on the neighborhood doesn't seem to matter, which fundamentally violates the spirit of this ordinance. In fact, the economic benefits of these events are largely limited to the event holders and their direct stakeholders, while the surrounding neighborhood bears the costs. At the October 13, 2020 public hearing, Supervisor Anderson said it was the Board of Supervisors has a primary responsibility to protect the sanctity of the home, and since he thought these events violated that standard, he would have difficulty supporting the pilot revisions. But by my count, the word pilot was used 5 times at the October 13, 2020 public hearing, and Supervisor Hook specifically asked whether that should be included in the language of the ordinance, since it was being considered in that light. Mr. Foss replied that he believed it was within the Board of Supervisors to direct staff to review and make recommendations, so if adopted, this would ensure the pilot ordinances was not carved in stone. I respectfully suggest that my concerns and recommended amendments weren't being considered in the January 2023 Board of Supervisors workshop, with staff directed to work on amendments to the 2020 outdoor event ordinance pilot.
Thanks, Julie. Okay, any other public comment? Okay, with that, I'm going to close general public comment, and we're going to move into the consent calendar, which is items 4 through 39. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They're either renewal contracts, amendments, or items that have been previously come before the board. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisor will take these concerns under consideration to decide if there's adequate reason to remove them from consent. If an item is pulled by the board member, the concerns and questions by the members of the public will be addressed. No further public comment regarding the item will be received. So with that, I'm going to open up, this is the public comment on consent, and again, items 4 through 39.
May I ask for an extra 30 seconds, please?
Or start the clock over, Julie, would you? Thank you. Go ahead.
The concern that I have is in regards to items numbers 4 through 9. And my point in being here right now is to try and plant a seed that I hope will spring roots and last for a good long time for all 5 of you. What I have noticed is that as we look at this agenda, I'm of the opinion and understanding that the 5 of you see the agenda at the same exact time the public has the opportunity to see these items. So my concern is that with the stamp or with the hammer of one gavel, you're going to approve $3.2 million towards items 6 through 9, an additional $117,500 for items 4 and 5, and this is the seed I want you to plant, or that I want to plant. How much time has anyone really been able to take to verify the legitimacy of need for any one of these resolutions? My concern is the titles of the programs being funded within programs can be changed ad infinitum to allow new monies to be added onto existing contracts and programs. Are you not just a little bit concerned about the potential for duplication in efforts? And are you not just a little bit concerned about the idea that there may not be accurate record keeping of all these funds? Is there not even the thought in our minds that maybe some of the programs that are currently underway that are today going to be funded by huge sums, is there not the concern that maybe some of these programs could be fine-tuned, could be improved upon, could be gone through with a fine-tooth comb and made to be more efficient? I just feel very uncomfortable because I see this county just pushing money, pushing money, pushing money. Every single agenda that we have that's considered a consent agenda has things on it that I believe are very controversial. We're throwing a lot of money into this county. And I believe that as representatives for us, you hold the obligation to put the brakes on just a little bit, review some of these resolutions more deeply, and assess whether they're truly going to be beneficial to our community. I really am concerned about this in a serious way, and I hope the seed can be planted that you will begin to grow this plant of concern and look deeply into our resolutions and make changes as to how we just stamp them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Is there any other public comment? Okay, thank you, Chris. Is there any other, is there anybody online for public comment?
Yes, we do have one caller.
Okay.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Yes, Matthew Coulter calling in on the consent calendar. If I got that right, there's 39 items.
Items 4 through 39, yes.
Okay. And for 3 minutes to comment on all those items doesn't really seem like enough. So is it no longer the case that we get to pull an item for discussion?
So you can tell me what you want to talk, which items you'd like pulled and the reasoning, and then it'll go back to the board. And then if they want to pull an item, then that's how that works.
I see. So we've changed it so it's up to you guys if it's important to the public, not to the public.
No, it's always been that way. So did you have an item that you wanted to talk about, Matthew?
Yes, all the ones that have millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars connected to them, all those. Because there should be a tally at the bottom of what we're spending at each meeting, because it's just incredible, because I'm just not seeing the return. And maybe you guys are, because you're benefiting. I'm not exactly sure. But the community doesn't seem to be with what's going on here. So 3 minutes, not enough. So I'll just keep listening. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Is there any other public comment? Okay, with that, we will close public comment. We had 2 requests for items 4 through 9, and then what Matthew's comment was to pull everything that has funding in here. So I just want to remind people that some of these are just amendments to the current contracts that we have. Some of them are, well, actually, most all of these are. There's nothing really new in this one. So, but I'm going to bring that to the board. I mean, I think we could answer a few questions if everyone's willing. Where are you at, Heidi? Do you have one?
Yeah, I'd be happy to ask Phoebe to come up and discuss in general items 4 through 9. I think, we've actually discussed this multiple times already, but perhaps there's still a need that we are an organization, we are an arm of the state. We implement state programs for mental health, and we receive those funds and we put them on the consent calendar, and they go into existing programs that are deeply accounted for, that have to go back to the state to show how they were spent. So I don't know, Phoebe, if you want to go mention that.
Want to just have, I guess instead of pulling the item, we'll just let Phoebe, do you mind just explaining that? And then we could choose to pull it again. Is that what you want to do, Heidi?
Yeah.
Okay, if that works, that would be great.
Chair, I would agree with Heidi too, and I think just an explanation of the budget process and how we've looked at these already.
Sure, no problem. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Phoebe, appreciate it.
So yes, there's a number of items in front of you today from behavioral health. Many of them, or I think all of them almost, are amendments to existing contracts. So one of the biggest dollar ones is a contract that we have with the Department of Healthcare Services, which is essentially like a permission slip for us to bill the state for Medi-Cal services, in this case, drug Medi-Cal services, up to a certain maximum amount. It's a 3-year contract, and over the course of 3 years, the volume of service we're doing and the cost of doing business has risen. So they're essentially raising the ceiling on how much we can bill drug Medi-Cal for services we provide. It's not an actual revenue contract. It allows us to generate revenue up to that maximum amount. So that's the largest item in front of you. A number of the other items are amendments to some of our bigger contracts like Turning Point and AMI Housing. These are core providers that we come in front of you a number of times during the year about the work we do with them. These amendments largely reflect grants that we've received where there's specific additions to their contracts. One is to purchase a car. Another is for potential housing solutions that we might be able to bring to the table. So as new revenues come in through the year, through grants we apply for or other state funds that become available, if we're able to accept those revenues based on resolutions in front of you, we then come back with amendments to spend the money on the services that we want to be able to purchase with those new dollars. So that's sort of the general theme of what's in front of you. I think the two new ones are contracts with our managed care plans for startup funds for the enhanced care management service, which is a new service under CalAIM, which is the state revamp of the Medi-Cal system, essentially.
So in all these, some of these programs are mandated through the state, correct? We get funding and we have to provide the programs, correct? And so in general, most of the time we're running on a thin line, not a fat line. I'm just saying we have more need than actually have funding for most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And so whenever we can, we go after additional dollars. So if we see opportunities that are new in the course of the year, that's why they weren't in the original budget that we put forth during the budget season. If new opportunities arise, we typically pretty aggressively go after those opportunities to capture some dollars and bring them to our community to be able to spend them on some of these needs. For example, Turning Point serves our adults with serious mental illness who have pretty intensive needs. We provide very intensive services to the folks through Turning Point. And so any resources we can bring to the table to support that work really helps us serve more people.
Thanks. Thank you. That's good. Anybody have any other question? Hardy, go ahead.
Just one quick question. Thank you for clarifying that. There's another layer, or a few more layers in between what we approved today and when the service provider receives a check, and that's the auditor controller's office. It's an elected position over and above anything we do on this dais. There's also internal control processes within your department at every single level, and then additionally at the state. So there's these multiple layers of transactional review that happen before anybody gets paid from the county's position. And so the decisions we make here today are policy driven for the service provision that has been outlined here, but the writing of the check and spending of the money has an entirely other additional process that's not being described here, which is a check and balance, essentially describing what you were concerned about.
Thanks, Hardy.
Also, this is all to provide behavioral and mental health services to folks in our community who need them but can't afford them, generally speaking. Is that correct?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry. Absolutely. It's sort of the highest level. The public behavioral health system exists to serve people on Medi-Cal or indigent people who have severe mental illness or a substance use disorder need. And to Hardy's point, absolutely. We're basically operating the Medi-Cal system on behalf of the state, which means there's extreme amounts of oversight and compliance and regulatory looks at the work that we're doing. We report on a monthly basis all kinds of data to the state to show that money's being spent in the ways that they're expecting it to be spent. There's fiscal audits and reviews on a regular basis to ensure there's no fraud, waste, or lack of accountability for the dollars that we're using. As well as we do the same of our contractors. So the money that comes to us and goes out the door through contracts, we do a lot of oversight and accountability as well.
And don't you have a mental health board? Don't you have a board of citizens that works with you as well?
Yeah, absolutely, which is a great place for people to get involved if they want to get more in the weeds on some of these issues and how these services work. And it's a board appointed by you, made up of consumers and other stakeholders from the community.
And I believe those are open to the public. If somebody wanted to come in and really get to understand it without being on the board, they could come and participate.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, with that, I'm going to bring it back to the board and ask if you wanted any of the items 4 through 9 pulled. Okay, then I'll entertain a motion for.
I'll move to
Thanks,
approve.
Phoebe. Thank you,
Thanks,
Phoebe.
Phoebe. I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second?
Been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes.
Chair
So-
Hook, I just wanted to interject. We appreciate Mr. Hamilton's questions, and we're happy to meet with him offline to answer any questions in terms of county process.
I was just going to say that. And again, I think it's really interesting. Most of the programs in different areas, we do have commissions and boards that work there, and those are open to the public, usually to come to those meetings. And I would say staff here is always very willing to meet and go over some of this items in a little more detail, because it does seem big. We spend a lot of time on our agenda from the time we get it on Thursday till today, and we do have lots of opportunity as staff to meet with us and answer the questions that we need answered. And part of the budget subcommittee, which I was on this last time, so it kind of gives us an idea how that goes and where it comes. And then we also do an update on the budget here. We did one mid-year, and so we try to keep it all in the face of the community as well as on our website. Okay, perfect. So with that, we're going to go on to too many papers in front of me here. So we are going to start with our first department head. I lost track of what I was doing.
It's agenda item number 40.
Yep, that's where I'm looking. I'm looking for Rachel. There she is. Well, perfect. So this is item 40, and Rachel Pena is here again, and we're going to talk about the youth workforce grant. She's going to do a presentation on that. Thank you, Rachel, for being here. I think Tamara Cook's here as well, so I'll just let Rachel take it over.
Thank you. Good morning again. I appreciate being able to share this program with you. I am excited to be back with you to share some updates on the Youth Workforce Development Program, which we're now referring to as the Youth Job Corps. We came to you a few months ago to share that we'd received the grant, and now it's time to kick it off. So, hold on, we'll wait for this to come up. Thank you. I'd like to introduce our partners in this endeavor. We have with us Tim Giuliani, the Executive Director of Connecting Point, and Corey Ope, the Director of Special Programs for Bright Futures for Youth. So they're gonna they are joining us this morning to share the good work that they and their organizations have been doing on this grant as well. And I do want to just shout out to Tamara Cook. She is a program manager in the Department of Social Services who has really done the heavy lifting on seeking out this grant funding, putting together the proposal, and really spearheading the collaboration that we've been doing. She wasn't able to be with us this morning, but she has done incredible work, and I want to make sure that she's recognized for that. So what is the Youth Job Corps program? This is a governor's initiative administered by the California Volunteers in partnership with cities and counties across California. Nevada County applied for this competitive grant and was awarded just over $1.7 million back in July. This is a 2-year grant-only funded program. We started in July, and we aim to serve 100 youth over the next 2 years in both Western and Eastern County. The goal of the program is to increase youth employment, develop youth interest in career pathways, and strengthen our local capacity to address COVID-19 recovery. Our program will serve participants between the ages of 16 and 30, with priority given to youth who may have difficulty finding employment, youth who are low income, who are unemployed, and not currently in school, youth who are or were involved in our justice system, or are or were transitioning from foster care. We're also giving priority to youth who are engaged with the mental health or substance recovery system. We will serve all youth, and again, this is the youth that we're prioritizing and really trying to outreach to. All job placements must be in the nonprofit sector. So let's talk a little bit about what this program will provide. For youth, the program will provide job readiness and career counseling training and support. We'll be providing a part-time job for 3 months with the opportunity to go up to 6 months with a tremendous amount of support. So there is some flexibility that may occur as we track the number of participants and the interest in the program. And again, like I said, this is a kickoff, so we are still designing the program. We have intentions. You'll hear more from our partners about some of the specific work that we've already done and the planning that we're doing. But a lot of support with placement. There'll be a lot of support with job placement and a lot of support with job readiness and skill building. So for employers, this really is an opportunity to support youth development in our community. They'll be receiving support from Connecting Point staff, and they'll have support in paying for the positions as well. So our hope is really that these positions will lead into more permanent jobs for youth and kind of partnerships between employers and youth that will last beyond the initial placement period. So I want to turn it over to Tim to talk a little bit about where Connecting Point is in this process.
Nice. Thank you, Tim, for being here.
Has been building the network, both for the nonprofits and trying to find youth to participate in the program. In order to do that, we've hired a navigator to not only meet with the youth and help them through their process of finding a job, what their interests are in a job, but also help them, as Rachel mentioned, throughout the job, being successful in the job. We have created a webpage to help us do some outreach. You can find that on our Connecting Point website under the employment services. We've created press material, outreach material, and have met one-on-one with partners throughout the communities, both eastern and western communities. We've met with school districts. We've met with other nonprofits. Tahoe Truckee Unified School District is really excited about partnership and trying to bring forth youth participants into the program. And we've done, also efforts is large email blasts to try and say, this is a program we're doing and we're really excited about. Together as a partnership, we've created a platform to where we can track our youth without, doing things cross-stepping. So if someone's at Bright Futures, that they know what we're doing with them, and we know what they're doing with each individual participant.
Hello. So far, Bright Futures, we have already employed 15 youth. We run a 6-week all-day summer camp for working families in the community. We served 240 youth this last summer. But we employed 34 youth and young adults, and 15 of those we got the part of their wages paid by this grant. And I can already tell you that more than half of those 15 are working in local schools as paraprofessionals or in the after-school programs. We have one who she changed her major. She's going to be a teacher now. So we really are just being able to get them in with the youth. And it's a hard job. I don't know if you guys have ever been summer camp counselors, but it's not easy at all. And you could really make more money if you went and worked at like McDonald's, and it'd be easier in some ways. And these youth come to us because maybe they're interested in working with youth in some way, but really we pour into them. I told my site lead over the summer that the counselors have their summer campers and the counselors are our campers. So we rigorously train them. They get CPR, first aid, and really a lot of them are at risk. A lot of them don't have adults in their life that are teaching them to adults. So part of what I do is I teach them to adult. How do you have a first job? What do you do if you're sick and you can't, COVID wiped out everybody this summer. So it was really talking them through like, hey, if you're sick, you have to call in and let someone know. So really just teaching them those skills so that they can go out in the community and hold jobs and already have gone through some of those learning curves that might make them unemployable for other people. And so moving forward, we are going to have a volunteer fair on November 5th. I think that's at the fairgrounds, and that is really our big kickoff. So really trying to attract even more. I mean, Connecting Point has done such a great job of connecting to so many nonprofits who are super interested. So we have that coming up, and we're working with Nevada County because Nevada County has a great internship program as well. So how can we leverage that and work together? Tim's talked to, they are doing a lot of outreach in Tahoe, Truckee area. I know that I've heard a lot about that in our meetings. And so again, they're just trying to get those nonprofits on board. So because we don't want to attract a bunch of youth and be like, just kidding, we don't have any jobs for you. And then also Biffy's, a big part that Biffy plays in that is we have 5 long-term internships that we are offering to youth. So we have 2 in the kitchen. So a youth that comes and works in our kitchen program after that year will be fully prepared to go work in a restaurant. And we've already started the interview process, and we've heard from a lot of our youth. They want to work with food. They want to work in restaurants. You have to have experience to work in restaurants. And so we are very happy to be able to give them that experience. They're going to take so much from it because we not only do we feed youth, we do events, so they're really going to learn not just how to be in a commercial kitchen, but how to do catering. They're just going to learn so many skills. We have someone who's coming on board to learn about how to interact with volunteers and how to be a volunteer coordinator, so that's obviously going to set them up for a lot of success. And then we'll have another summer camp this summer. We have someone being hired with NEO. So again, they're going to be able to take all these skills and they're going to be able to go out in the community and have just an amazing amount of skills. And again, we will really be pouring into them just a lot of support. I plan on working with all of our supervisors at Bright Futures, having like a little support group, how to really work with interns, especially at-risk interns, because it's not like employing adults, and the youth need a lot of support, and that can take a lot out of a supervisor. It actually does not relieve your workload, it adds to it. So I plan on supporting the supervisors so that they can handle all the things that come up when you're working with at-risk youth, and they can handle it with grace and kindness so that the youth learn as opposed to just getting in trouble and getting fired for things that happen.
Thank you. So if you or anyone you know would like to mentor a youth, or if you have organizations that you're connected to that you'd like to make sure know about our program, we would really love the help getting the word out. So we are, as Tim said, we have developed a platform. We've got information on the Connecting Point website. We've got information on the Department of Social Services website. We do have a press release that's going to be going out today. But we would love your help getting the word out to both businesses or our nonprofit sector for job placement, and also to any organizations you know of that work with youth. We just want to make sure that our whole community knows that this is a resource that's available. And we'd love your help. So anyone can go to Connecting Point's website or webpage, which is shown here, or they can call me, they can call Tamron. We'd be happy to assist. There's more information, as I said, in the press release too. But yeah, please let people know about this program as we launch. Did you want to?
Can I make one addition?
Please.
I'm going to just give the phone number for anyone listening, also to connect with Connecting Point's navigator, who would just set them in the right track. And so that's 530-847-8574. And that both employers and potential youth participants can just enter that track right there.
That's fantastic. Do you guys work at all with the juvenile probation at all, like some of those kids that need a little bit of direction?
We are in
Absolutely.
contact with probation at the moment to introduce and go through this program specifically with them. So, yes.
Fantastic.
we're in
I love to hear
process.
that.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the, I think that's one of the benefits of having a Health and Human Services agency, right, is that we do have that connection between social services and probation, and a number of youth actually through all of our programs that fall into our priority areas for outreach. And so we'll absolutely be using that partnership. That
Fantastic.
connection. So thank you for this opportunity to share more about the Youth Job Corps program, and we welcome any comments or questions that you have for us.
Yeah, great presentation. Thank you, Rachel. Want to start, Heidi?
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. This is really exciting. It also, I'm kind of thinking as I'm hearing you, it sounds like this is an almost impossible task. What I'm hearing on one hand is you're really having to spend a lot of time teaching kids how to be good employees, supporting their supervisors, getting them a job at the summer camp, which is a hard job, but not really a career job, but just getting them in the workforce. And it sounds like that's requiring a lot of your time, which makes sense. On the other hand, what we really want to do here is set kids up to have a potential career, which means, in my view, getting into a place where they can earn more than minimum wage, because as we know, it's very difficult to live on minimum wage. So are you a little bit stuck between a rock and a hard place and in trying to do both? Are you having to spend so much time on just teaching them how to be in the workforce? That's one question. And I guess the other question might be more of a solution. Are we asking our two cities and our town to provide intern opportunities where they can learn how to be in a public agency? Are we at the county committing to do that? Are we looking at other businesses? Are we looking for placements like a business where they can learn, a skill that could get them something more than minimum wage too? That's just sort of where my head is, trying to figure out how we do both of those things. Can you help me understand that?
Sure, I jump in. At Connecting Point, we have a kind of a three-pronged approach, and we have a 6-week soft skill program that teaches them those basic skills for employment. The navigator will go through and help them with all those barriers that may be prohibiting them from getting employed. It could be a parking ticket, they don't have a car, right, or something like that. So we'll try and alleviate those things. And then we have a professional career counselor on staff to help them go through the process of finding long-term, what is it that you're interested in, and what could be a long-term approach to employment for you. And then with that, we try and place them into those situations that they're interested in. So we do try and take that long-term approach. I think that was the first question. I don't remember the second.
Would it help to get placements? Would it help? I mean, I think I'd like to challenge our cities, each and town, to provide an internship opportunity for one of these youth, and perhaps here at the county as well. Would that be helpful, or to have businesses that have careers to provide that opportunity?
That would be always helpful. Number one. Number two is this is just limited to nonprofits. So the businesses for this program, for-profit businesses would not work, but the cities and the nonprofits in the area would.
But the cities and the counties, absolutely. So that is an area that we're looking into. So we have connected with our intern program here through the County of Nevada. And I think it's a wonderful idea to reach out to our cities, and I'm not sure what stage we're in as far as that, but I know that it's an area that we've prioritized.
Great. Thank you. This is such important work, especially nowadays, so thank you so much.
Fantastic. Dan?
Yeah, so Heidi hit my questions, basically, is that through nonprofits, you're going to prepare youth to go out and into the workforce and look for jobs. So if someone's interested in food service, somewhere you're going to find them the training so that they can call up Jerry Serino and say, hey, Jerry, I'm a line cook. I've got training. You got a job. So that's basically what you're looking for. You're not looking, are you looking for businesses, community businesses, as far as an internship, or does it all have to go through a nonprofit?
Has to be nonprofit. For this grant-funded program, it has to be a nonprofit. We do also, with our workforce development, we do work with the Alliance for Workforce Development. We are also working with local businesses, and we do provide mentorship to youth. But with this program specifically, it is focused on it's a grant-funded program for 2 years. It's focused on placing youth with nonprofits.
So the nonprofits that are involved, Rachel, are receive funding from this grant.
So they receive placement, they receive job placements or interns placed that are paid for through this grant.
So like, what, right, so we're talking like hospitality house needs a cook.
Right, right. And I want to.
Wheels on Meals.
Correct. And I want to also just highlight that a big part of this is really about, so it is about job readiness. It's not only about the actual skill, like the cooking skills, but it's also about understanding what it takes to remain employed, right? Understanding how to communicate with an employer about an illness or a scheduling conflict. It's
How to prepare for an interview?
How to prepare for an interview, how to dress appropriately, how to receive feedback, how to provide suggestions to your employer in a way that is likely to be heard, right? It's about how, and also mitigating some of the, I think Tim kind of spoke to this, but it's about mitigating some of the external barriers for a lot of our at-risk youth. How do you get there, or how do you clear up the parking tickets that you weren't able to clear up, right? And in order to pass background check for a job. So it really is about job readiness in a whole host of ways. And we also are providing youth with opportunities to kind of see what they like, what they don't like, what's available. So as Corey mentioned, the youth that have already interned are now turning towards our school system, which is in huge need of paraprofessionals right now, and have been able to take on some of those youth who now want a career in education and are getting the support that they need to pursue that education. So I think it's more than just about the placement.
Nice. So do you like work with transportation too, like for like rides and how the bus system works? I'm just curious. I mean, free bus rides?
Yeah, absolutely. In conversations with transportation as well.
Okay, great. Robin's so wonderful, so perfect. Ed?
Yeah, thank you for the program. I think what I see, and Rachel, you just kind of said it, but we have the Alliance for Workforce Development. The fact is, if you got a young, ambitious youth, there's jobs out there. And they have the businesses also. So I think this is another level down, and I'm familiar with these types of persons that have no idea what it takes to go into the workforce, may not even have a desire to go into the workforce, and yet there they sit. So I think it's an extremely important program, and you say you hope to have 100 over how long? 3 years?
It's 2 years, and actually between Connecting Point and Bright Futures, it's almost 150 over 2 years.
150. Well, I think it's a wonderful program. So, in fact, know somebody I'm hoping to get involved with it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Send
you.
them our way.
That's great. Hardy?
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation and putting all the information together. I think when this originally came to us, I just had a couple of specific requests related to Eastern County, so I'm going to throw those back at you a little bit. One of the questions I have is the email blast. Can you tell me a little bit about the response you received specifically from East County nonprofits? Have you received interest from that area?
We have we have right now to date 14 potential internships in Eastern County specifically.
Nice.
Now we need the youth to participate in this.
No, and that was another one of my questions is it's so impacted in that area. I mean, it's hard to just find people, to fill any of the service positions. It's constantly an issue that we face, and it's economically suppressing many of the activities that we really want to, the business community wants to work on. So it's interesting. It's going to be challenging. So I want to echo Supervisor Hall's comments. This is a challenging program, so I'm right there with you, and I'm here to support you. There's a couple things that come to mind, like Rec and Park District and Tahoe Donner both have huge programs for kids camps, right? So there's the bulk of the capacity for childcare is handled in those two organizations in Eastern County. Would they qualify as a recipient of your placements?
I believe
They're-
they would.
Are they city,
They're special
City?
districts.
Right,
Well, one's a homeowners association. I'm not sure what articles they're, 501 something.
well, I'll check into it.
Okay, so that would be great, because those are, the kids camps fill up, so when they open up for registration, like 3 hours later, the website crashes and they're totally full. And anybody in East County knows how hard it is. Childcare is the other one, and Tahoe Forest Hospital Systems runs a pretty significant childcare, which could be actually a career path for many people, start there and then go into healthcare in other areas, so that's something to look at. And then I just want to make sure that we're focused on building an infrastructure in East County, because right now we don't have Bright Futures for Youth. You're just so blessed in this part of the county to have your support. But in East County, Gateway Mountain Center handles a certain contingent of teens and young people and the problems they face, and it's great, but it's not necessarily inclusive of everybody in East County. So developing that infrastructure in East County is going to be a job, and obviously, I'm here to help too, and other people are here to help that I can connect with in East County. So I appreciate your focus on that as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Hardy. So just another one throughout. So do you guys work with Melody at all at First Five for some of those nonprofits, possibly, like especially for the childcare? That might be another avenue. She could introduce you to some of those folks. I think that's another good, like I said, childcare seems to be huge, and we have good programs in the East County as well as West County, so another option. This was great. Thank you all. It takes passion for what you guys do and making a difference in a kid's life. That's what's the main thing here, right? And I'd just like to point out, this is another interesting part of this is sometimes you get funding, it has to be directed a specific way. And the funding comes and it gives us opportunity we're going to see what can happen in 2 years. Fantastic. So great on you guys. I appreciate that so much. We all do. So do our kids. We've got some great kids out there that just need a little help and direction. So if we do that to 150 of them, that's going to be a big old check mark, isn't it? So anything we could do, like I said, with transportation possibly, or one of those things, we could reach out, we can kind of help with that.
Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you for that. So I just would entertain a motion. Oh, no, first I'm going to do public comment. Whoa, that was close. And so I'm going to open up public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Julie, do you have anybody online?
We have no callers, Chair. I did want to announce that we do have members from Truckee online, and they are watching and enjoying the presentation, but there's no comment from there either.
Oh, great. Well, we're glad to have you on board, Truckee. Thanks for being here. Okay, well, with that, I'm going to close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Heidi, second by Ed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, all of you.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day. Okay, we're going to go to item 41, and Mike Dent, our Director of Housing, is here, and we're going to talk about the East County, so I'm glad to have Truckee online today.
Thank you, Chair Hook, and greetings to the rest of the Board of Supervisors. Mike Dent, Director of Child Support, Housing, and Community Services, and I'm a member of obviously the Health and Human Services Agency, which you're getting a lot of screen time on today. And one thing we all do at the leadership level is put a lot of horsepower towards addressing people in need. You just heard that. You've heard it from Phoebe. One of the other focused efforts is homelessness. We meet weekly on this issue, and we bring items to you regularly that address homelessness specifically. Always conscious of the efforts up in Truckee, but we don't really speak about what they do up there. And this will be your opportunity to hear a presentation from two of the real powerhouses up there when it comes to homelessness and supporting those people in need, regardless of their housing situation. To my left is Jasmine Bro. She's a program manager with HHSA, not just with Nevada County, but also with Placer County. The air traffic controller, linchpin of coordinator of services for a really complex area where you have two counties collide in checkerboard fashion, along with a municipality overlaying both of them. And then her partner in crime is Kathy Foley. Kathy's been up there for at least 10 years working with homelessness specifically. She's the program manager at the North Truckee Tahoe Homeless Services. the magician who created the first and the biggest warming shelter effort. And also, Eastern County has the first day center. You know. So they're breaking ground up there. And with that, I'm going to yield to them, and I hope you enjoy the presentation.
Thanks, Mike, and welcome. Thank you for being here, Jasmine and Kathy. I look forward to your presentation.
Well, thank you for having us. I've been in Truckee in Nevada County for 31 years, and so this is my home. And I'm grateful to be here to share a little bit at what we've been working hard at up in that area. And North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services, we're providing vital safety net services, as well as the big goal being to end homelessness in the North Tahoe Truckee region, one person at a time. We are focused on operating using very low barriers. Everyone's welcome. You can bring your pet with you. Focusing on each individual person and what their needs are and what we can help them with. Being trauma-informed, realizing that folks that are newly homeless come in and they're in a situation of trauma, but that's also layered when you have neighbors that are chronically homeless and lived outdoors for a long period of time. And we really believe that housing is a right, and we're moving these programs forward with a housing-first approach. The current services we have is we have our emergency warming center, which is going to, our season starts in November and runs through April. It's weather triggered, and it only opens when it's 15 degrees or less, a foot or more of snow, or other severe weather conditions. Those are the triggers that we opened with 8 years ago, and it is very insufficient in the big picture because people die at 20 degrees, 25 degrees. But it's Band-Aid, and from that Band-Aid, we've been able to expand to other services over the last couple of years. We have the Day Respite Center, which is open Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. So 15 hours a week that folks have an opportunity to access a bathroom, a shower, a warm meal, a case manager. And at the end of this season, when we asked our guests things that we could improve, things that they really liked, the number one item that everybody listed was they felt loved, they felt cared for, they felt safe. And so that piece of welcoming people and having that compassion was the number one thing they chose above the meals, above the other help. We have case management, which is simple projects sometimes, like getting an ID, which is simple when you have a post office box and you have the availability to do that. And then we're working with people on their housing plans with the goal to help people into housing in any way that we can. And so, you know, the Emergency Warming Center last year, we were open 46 nights. We had 43 individuals that stayed with us, and we provided 333 overnight. At the Day Respite Center last year, we provided space for 306 individuals, providing 2,929 visits to the center for different support services. Of the 306 neighbors that came to the day center, 127 of them engaged in case management. And out of that, some of the most notable pieces were being able to help with 132 housing applications and 27 emergency housing vouchers. Another program we were able to run, suspended because of funding, but through COVID, we were able to offer an emergency room project, which in our area, there's no short-term transitional housing. So we were able to have partnerships with some of the motels on different occasions for folks with very high needs or special situations that needed a place to stay longer term while they were working on a housing plan, or in crisis, maybe being released from the hospital and needing to have a housing plan instead of return to the streets. Last year, we were able to help 11 individuals and provide 371 nights of hotel stays. We also have a homeless outreach coordinator, and that individual meets our homeless neighbors where they're at, provides case management, and really interacts when we get calls from businesses or other neighbors that know people we should be in touch with. And we reached 66 individuals that way. So a brief history of homeless services in our region. In 2012, there was a food resource support center that opened on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Project Manna also had one of their offices there, and that was a program that was run by 5 different churches. We all got together and rotated through and provided a place for people to shower and to have a meal and to come together. Over the years, we noticed in our community, many of us knew of people who had passed away because of the elements and the fact that there was no option for any place to be in the middle of the winter. A grassroots community effort came together, and in 2015, we were able to open the Emergency Warming Center. From there, we started to get a clearer idea of the number of people that needed help and the fact that just opening on those weather-triggered nights in the winter wasn't enough. We needed to provide more support. And in 2016, Placer and Nevada County, through Mental Health Services Act funding, funded a part-time homeless outreach coordinator in the area. 2018, that became full-time. And then things all changed once the pandemic hit in 2020. 2020 came, and we were getting ready to wrap up our emergency warming center season, and all of a sudden, our neighbors had no place to shelter in place. They couldn't access bathrooms, they couldn't access cups of coffee at the hospital, and the one program, the Food Resource Support Center we had, closed down. And so our team came together, and with Jasmine's help, we made a decision to start offering day services just to connect people with PPE, basic necessities, and had no idea how long that was going to be needed. Once we realized that there was really no end date and nobody knew what was going on and this was something that needed to continue, we partnered with AMI Housing, and Jennifer Price and their board was willing to absorb our small warming center program and create North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services. So in December of 2020, we moved from just that warming center program to actually North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services. And November of this last year, the homeless outreach coordinator position came to be part of our team. And then we were able to approach the COCs and ask for support. And through Emergency Solutions Grant COVID funding, we were able to establish really the first system of support in this area. And the biggest celebration is each year we've really celebrated, wow, we were able to put 2 people into housing. It was great to be able to, help 4 people. In this last year, because of a combination of things, and Jasmine will share some of them, we were able to end homelessness for 40 households. 27 of those households were chronically homeless, meaning they've lived outside for a year or longer or had more than 4 episodes over a course of 3 years. 27 of those were Nevada County residents, and 15 were Placer County residents. 2 were from other counties, and many of them lived in our area for more than 10 years.
So some of the housing strategies that we're able to use up in North Tahoe Truckee is, of course, the street outreach and the case management, which was really pivotal to meeting people where they're at, helping them with their basic IDs, birth certificates, getting an application together, paying for the application fee, doing the follow-up with the property manager, applying for a tax credit unit is kind of like a full-time job. You have to have a very high level of office organizational skills in order to be able to qualify and get to the point where you're signing a lease with one of those properties. So our team worked really well navigating that with our unhoused neighbors. The new housing stock in Tahoe Truckee was instrumental. We had 200 new affordable housing units come up in the Truckee region, and those were tax credit units. So we had the ability to use reasonable accommodations and the appeal process when someone was denied. We didn't have that ability prior when we were working with private landlords. The rental market was just too competitive to even ask for a second chance to redo an application or come up with another reason on why this housing application could be successful. North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services entered into an agreement with Coldstream Commons that gave them first right of refusal for the 11 HUD 811 units that they had on site, which is essentially supportive housing. Those units come with a social worker and a nurse that come on site and support individuals in their units. So North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services has access to streamline the individuals that they're working with into those units if they qualify. We also do ongoing case consultation to support housing retention, and we have strong partnerships with Sierra Community House legal team for ongoing tenant education. We're working on starting a drop-in service at the day center where individuals preparing to sign their lease can get more education on what the rights and responsibilities are for a tenant, so that the relationship can be established early, so that if there is a problem with a 10-day notice or something that's coming with a lease violation, then the legal team can come back in. They already have an established relationship and they can provide ongoing tenant education. Our housing resource team is a model that we have up in Tahoe Truckee. We model it after the housing resource team that's happening down in Western County that's built off the Built for Zero campaign. So we utilize the homeless management information list, and that creates a by names list that we use to do targeted case management related to housing, securing housing. We have an increased number of HMIS license holders in our region. So originally we had 1, now we have 4. And we also have strong partnerships with agencies down the hill that hold HMIS licenses. So Freed has been a huge partner in working with us on these case consults and targeting individuals who have no income that are eligible for disability income and helping them through that process as they navigate into housing. So all of this growth has been wonderful. There has been lots of opportunities for celebration. We are also taking a look at what we need for sustainability to continue this good work. So Mike had referenced the jurisdictions up in Tahoe Truckee. There are several. There is the town of Truckee, there is Placer County, there is Nevada County, there is also Washoe County, which is in Nevada State, and then there's El Dorado County, which is a small sliver of our community down on the West Shore. And so my role has been pivotal in being able to navigate between the 2 counties, Placer and Nevada, and then also supporting conversations with the town of Truckee and the rest of the regions that come together. So in order for us to move forward, we need to come up with a regional vision that all the jurisdictions can get on board with so that we can move forward and build something that's sustainable.
And once that vision's in place, it'll be easier to know what that funding looks like. But sustained funding, now that COVID funding is gone, our funding is up at the end of December. There should be funding that comes together to get us through the end of June, being the end of our fiscal year, doing as much as we can. But the sustained funding for what a healthy program, suite of services really meets up there is going to be vital. The next piece of the puzzle is that we started out using the lower level at Church of the Mountains for the Emergency Warming Center, and that was just part-time. When COVID hit, we were fortunate to have an emergency use permit and be able to use the Veterans Memorial Building, which was much safer, easy to clean, much more accessible and resources available. After being there for a year, we needed to move back, and fortunately, Church of the Mountains has given us a lease. We have a lease through the end of June of this year, although recently I've run into a piece where we may need to move forward with another minor use permit and some other pieces. So it's possible the day center services will be ending before that point. So really a permanent location to house services for this population of neighbors is a vital piece of the puzzle. If we have that new location, expanding the hours at the day center, having more than 15 hours a week would be really beneficial to the case managers and to the folks that need the services. And then, the expanded parameters for the emergency warming center, in an ideal world, people are housed and we don't need an emergency warming center. In an ideal world, instead of an emergency warming center, maybe we have 10 or 12 units of transitional housing that can meet people when they're in emergency need. But being able to open when it's 15 degrees or less is just not sufficient. So I appreciate the opportunity to share. Jasmine and I are happy to answer any questions, take any comments that you all have, and thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you for being here. That was informative. You guys got a lot going on up there. That's impressive. I think I'm gonna just let Hardy start since that's up in his district, and I'm gonna welcome the folks from Truckee when we get done here to if they have any public comments. So hang in there online if you're there, Truckee.
Thank you. Jasmine, Kathy, and Mike, thanks for bringing this forward. When I saw your annual report, I reached out to Mike and said, hey, let's share this with my colleagues on the board so we can see what we're doing in East County. And I know our board has done phenomenal work. Prior to my getting in this seat, has done just great work to meet the homeless needs in the county as a whole. And so I just want to say thanks for that. We do have some unique needs in East County because we just don't have a lot of infrastructure in East County. We also have a smaller problem, right? So I want to acknowledge that it's not apples for apples. We don't need apples for apples because we have a different population that we need to serve. And Jasmine has done great identifying all the unique populations that are served there and trying to get Placer and Nevada County together on this. But it is something, and I was fortunate as a planning commissioner to work with Kathy back in 2015 to permit the first one. And so I've become an advocate and a fan of what she does since then. But it is quite challenging, the bouncing around and the different program changes and the different locations. And one of the things that kind of is tied into this is substance use disorder and maybe meeting space for some of those challenges because we don't have any unified space to meet. So you may find refuge at the church, or it may be at the Veterans Hall, or it may be on the North Shore, or it may not be happening at all. And so those challenges are really real. And I think sustained funding, the regional vision, and a permanent location, if we can focus on those as an organization here at Nevada County, we have resources to help you work through that, right? We have access to funding. That's what we do. The visioning part, I'd be happy to help you with, although I know there's a lot of groups already engaged on that, the United group and some others, and so we can help there. And the permanent location is really challenging. Allison and I and Mike spent time looking for permanent locations, and they're just so challenging because the market is so, the property market is so, there's so much value there that people don't want to turn over a property to be used for this application. But I'm just restating a lot of the things we've already talked about and things we've talked about here, but it is a real need in East County, and we have different weather challenges that our neighbors that are underhoused face there. You can't spend a night outside. It's literally almost impossible for a bulk of the year. And so anything we can do, sharing this just journey with my colleagues here to try and make a solution by finding a place, do the visioning process, and committing funding is critical. It's easy. It's better and easier to handle some of the smaller scale problems up there, but they are unique and different. And I think our challenge is not putting apples to apples solutions together. We have to do something unique in East County, and that's just how it is. But I just wanted to say thanks. And you forgot to mention the flood on the day that, I forget what day that was.
The day we moved in?
The day we moved in, I got a call from in the morning, and it's flooding, but it was like really flooding, like 2.5 feet of water in the street. And Allison was there, and we're all trying to parse it out. But you faced a lot of challenges, and it's your resilience and your commitment to the people that are there and your compassion. So when I'm there and I see you working with these people, it's touching. And that's what really keeps it all going, right? That person to person. So I just want to thank you personally, Kathy, because you're the reason why we've gotten, and Jasmine too, for all of your work in this space. So thanks.
Thanks, Hardy. Ed?
Well, I just appreciate you coming and explaining the program to us. You are on the eastern side. I'm at the other end completely. So, but you've got some really good things going on up there. And we were recently up there with your mayor and did a small tour of some of your housing up there and what you've been doing. And it's very impressive what you do up there. So thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Dan?
Yeah, who keeps messing around with the screen? Is that you over there playing over Jeffrey? No, you've got some really big needs and some challenges up there. These eastern counties always have those types of challenges, but it's nice to see coming together and working in a collaborative effort. I know Hardy will be on top of it, but thanks for being here and bringing it to our attention too, and the awareness that you really do have have some issues, and hopefully we can work together and get that taken care of.
Thanks, Dan. Heidi?
Thanks for coming down here. You know, I think it must have been my first year as a supervisor, 2017, and Kathy, you must have been there when I did my first visit, and we sat in this tiny room and talked about the program as it existed back then, and it just seemed like it was being held together with shoestring and spit, and you were just making it happen. I believe that was you. That was you. I was very impressed and thought, oh my God, this woman is a challenge. So, and now you have Jasmine also. It sounds like just a great addition to your team. So you've actually come a long way since that time. It's really great to see. But I want to absolutely acknowledge the challenges that you have up there with the weather particularly, and then not having an actual place. And I know how big a difference it made to us down here that have a place and to be able to expand it. So support anything we can do to help you. And thank you for your incredible dedication, Kathy, and Jasmine. Thank you for bringing your skills as well.
Excellent. With that, I'm going to open up public comment. And is there any public comment? Julie, can you see online?
There's no public comment online.
Okay, nobody from Truckee can't?
No, they are waiting patiently for another item.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, that's awesome. What a great presentation. With that, I'm going to close public comment, come back, and just want to commend you guys all on the work that you're doing up there, and it's great. You got a good advocate in Hardy as your supervisor, and he'll keep us all in tune. I'm really glad you brought this forward. I'm glad he asked for this presentation. It really gives us a different view. The 15-degree thing has me a little bit, like, I'm not quite so sure I can stand 15 degrees outside, so.
20 is better though, right?
I'm like kind of back to 30. I might be good on a 30. No, but really, seriously, great. And thank you for your advocacy and work. It was a great presentation. Thank you so much. And with that, I'd entertain a motion to accept this report.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hardy, second by Heidi. All those in favor? Any opposed? Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so, 5 minutes? Okay, I've been requested to have a 5-minute break, and it's gonna only be 5 minutes. Gotta be back here by 11:45, so I'm on my schedule.
11:40.
Yeah, so make it quick. We're back into order here. We're going to start on item 42. And I'm going to introduce Steve Monahan, our Chief Information Officer, to talk about Truckee Library JPA. So thank you, Steve.
Good morning, Sue Hook, honorable board members, excuse me.
You caught it from me.
Yeah, boy. Steve Monahan, your Director of your Information and General Services Agency. Very excited to bring to you this morning a memo for your adoption per resolution on the JPA process that we've been working on with the town of Truckee and the Friends of the Truckee Library. If we go back to last January, your board workshop, we talked about the new Truckee Library, a project that the Truckee community has been envisioning and working on for many, many, many years. We've been working very closely with the Friends and the town on how do we make this a reality. We knew, and we talked about it at your workshop, that we had to have some kind of legal entity created to actually do the construction and financing of a new facility in Truckee, that no single partner could do it on their own. To that objective, we engaged a consulting firm, actually two consulting firms that work together, BAE Urban Economics and Consero Solutions, to work on a framework for the JPA, not the actual JPA legal entity agreement, but the framework of how we would put that together. We spent the last number of months since that time in January engaging with the consultant and the partners together, working through a number of issues that you'll see laid out in the memo. The memo has items number 1 through 22 that are all points of agreements that we spent many hours discussing and coming to agreement on. And then we had some issues that we just didn't have time to completely work out, and those are listed as 1 to 10 as outstanding issues. It's our full intention to continue as partners working through those outstanding issues and coming to resolution. This memo does not commit the county or any partner to any terms or fiscal contributions at this time. It is the framework that we'll use to move forward and engage our legal experts and counsel to create the JPA legal entity. At this time, I'd be happy to take any questions. I would like to say the Friends of Truckee Library and the town have been really great to work with. It's been a very enjoyable experience. It's the spirit of collaboration to do something really wonderful and needed in the Truckee community, and I'd just like to thank them.
Okay, thanks, Steve. That just is a nice statement that we're still moving forward in a positive direction. So this was good to bring forward. So I'm just going to start with you again, Hardy, since this is Truckee and some exciting news.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, for updating us on the library. I'm going to start with some very genuine thank yous to all the parties involved getting to bring this forward. It's one of the most complex and complicated interweavings of different partners coming together to make this happen. Just the site itself is owned by multiple agencies. The county of Nevada, obviously Steve and Ariel and Allison have worked very hard to contribute to those discussions and bring the acumen to get some of those things solved. The Friends of the Library and the Friends of the Library group, Kath, Luis, and all the members have done this community building and the visioning around getting a library that serves this regional purpose. And I just want to thank them. We've spent innumerable phone calls and meetings and Zoom meetings and in-person meetings. And they're not easy discussions to have. There's disagreement in the direction and some of the priorities about how to get from point A to point Z. But we've all been engaged deeply in that topic. And I just want to say thank you to them for working through the process with us and allowing us to be a partner in that. The town of Truckee's been great. We've made a bunch of inroads with the state librarian's office thanks to their help and obviously contributing staff, and then Assemblymember Dolly's office, and Yolanda's here representing that. But just wanted to say thank you for the connections we've made at the state level to get the project moved forward. I am really impressed with this document because of its thoroughness, and it's got basically everything that I can remember ever talking about. And if you look at it, 2/3 or 3/4 of it are successful bridges that we've crossed to make the project a reality. We're going to have other difficult bridges to cross, but we're making progress. That's what I want to say. First and foremost, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere. It's not going to be built tomorrow. It is going to be built, and there's some tough conversations moving forward with additional regional partners, because we're going to be serving. If you're standing at the proposed site, you could throw a baseball into Placer County, and there's a whole side of that handled with Placer County. We need to work with elected and appointed officials and staff members and constituents to talk about that partnership, and I think we're headed that direction. But again, thank you so much, and I know I want to hear from the Friends of the Library and also my colleagues, and I appreciate the support and willingness of the board to contribute resources to this project, because it's really meaningful. The other piece I'll mention is when you use the term library, I grew up in a library that was really quiet, and now libraries are this multimedia space that contributes to our community in different ways, right? And so different people using it, and also continuity of government as we face different challenges, PSOM events, fires, floods, snowstorms. Having that continuity of government in Eastern County through a facility like this is really exciting to me. I think it's another way that Nevada County can show up for Eastern County and be integrated into the lives of the people there. So thanks for bringing this forward. I know it's been a lot of work.
Thanks, Hardy. Dan?
No, I've always thought that, Truckey's going to get it done one way or another. It's just the way they are up there. I think this is pretty much an example of how hard they've worked and, the direction they want to go. So, I can continue to applaud them for what they're going to accomplish. I know they're going to get it done. It's just a matter of time and putting together all the pieces. But yeah, I support this 100%.
Perfect. Ed?
Well, I would agree with that too. And the group that you have up there, the Friends of the Library and other folks have just spent many years going after this. And I think they're one of the reasons they've gotten to this point. The other reason I think that we've gotten to this point is that we have something called Measure A, which is our 1/4-cent sales tax, which makes for a really robust library system that we can take a look at this project up here and also give me a library down in the South County. So I think the taxpayers as a whole need to be thanked on this, and I have no doubt that this is going to go forward. And I did like your comment about other areas coming in, because you are so unique when it comes to other counties and other regional areas that could participate in this. So good job to those up in Truckee that have spent so much of an effort on this, and good job to Hardy, too.
Nice. Thanks, Ed. Heidi?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any questions, and I just want to commend Hardy specifically on keeping this moving forward.
Good point. I think it is. Like I said, you're a great advocate for the East Side, Hardy. Good job. And like I said, and the Friends of the Library up in Truckee, I just love seeing them all. When we do things together, we are stronger. We say that in almost everything we talk about, and we are. We can accomplish a lot if we stay on track and work together. So with that, I'm going to open this up to public comment, because I think I have some good friends of the library up there that would like to make some comments. So Julie?
Yes, we do have members of the public in Truckee. If we could turn that kiosk on so they can provide their comments.
Hello, supervisors and staff. My name is Kathleen Egan, and I'm on the board of the Friends of the Truckee Library. And with me today also is April Cole. April is new to our organization and is our part-time Library Up campaign director. So really, April is in charge of all the outside campaign community engagement work that's going on in Truckee, in addition to work that we're doing jointly with all the town staff and you all, Hardy, Allison, Steve, Nick, and Ariel, all of whom have been just really outstanding in this process so far. April is working on the community engagement portion, as I told you. So we want to let you know that we've got a very, very important and capable individual working with us. The biggest thing I want to say is really underscore comments that were made by Steve, Supervisor Miller, Hardy, that this is a complex issue in front of us. If it was easy, it would have been done a long time ago. It's not, but putting the puzzle pieces together, really Supervisor Miller's comments made me think of this. Putting the puzzle pieces together is something we can do one at a time. There are many facets to this effort, and one of the key facets is the process we've been going through with regard to the governing structure. The biggest thing I want to say is how rewarding it has been to be working with county staff, Steve, Allison, Ariel, and Nick, working together to find a way to make this project happen. And the thing I want to underscore there is the amount of effort at respect, commitment to understanding each other's interests, and the amount of respect we have for holding those interests dear. So that has been a very enjoyable piece of this, and I just want to thank the entire staff, thank the Board of Supervisors for your ongoing support, and especially the entire staff for their efforts as well.
Thank you, Kathleen. Is there anybody else there that has public comment? Is April there? Does she want to talk? Okay.
But thank you so much. I'm just reiterating what Kath said. We really appreciate the opportunity to work together through these really challenging discussions and take in the account of all parties involved. And we appreciate the opportunity to come to the table and to continue to work for this project that we're very passionate about for our community.
Well, thank you and welcome to the team, April. Okay, is there any other public comment? Any written public comment, Julie? We had a few, I think.
Well, I did receive one letter, but that was also from Kathleen Egan and Louise Zabriskie. I can read it if you'd like.
Yeah, I thought we had those were some. That's perfect.
And the board had all received it.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to come back to the board for any last statements. Hardy? Ed? Okay, perfect. Well, Steve, thank you. And thank you to all the staff working hard on this. It's, I mean, we had a long ways to go, right? It's kind of interesting to watch the timeline, but it's an aggressive timeline actually to get a project of this magnitude finished. So we wish you tons of luck. What did I do wrong?
Nothing. We were just waiting for the motion and.
Okay, so that's where we're going to move. I know Dan just was kicking me to be quiet.
I'll make a motion to accept the report, but I have to finish my motion.
Oh, I seconded.
Okay.
Oh, it's been moved and seconded. Julie, could you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, our next item is item 43, and this is a letter of advocacy for our fire districts. And Hardy, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
We should take a break, you know.
Should have used your breaks. Rob and I met with the Grantville Fire Department a couple weeks ago before he had the opportunity to receive the insurance quote. And so we talked a little bit about the challenges he faces there, which I'm familiar with because I raced my bicycle there a couple weeks earlier, and have worked with your fire district and also with Mike Stewart in Washington. I spend quite a bit of time with him, recognizing the challenges that your rural fire district faces. So it was no surprise to me when we got on Tuesday morning, we got an email and a call from you stating that we have had this kind of catastrophic change in the cost of your insurance. And I'll just say that it's unique. Rural fire districts are not unique in California. I just came back from 3 days at LAFCO, and we talked for 3 days about rural fire districts and the challenges they face, both in leadership and funding, service provision, sharing of resources, boundary conditions, all these different things that we look at. And so we're not unique, and we're just trying to solve it. But I just wanted to let you know, the reason we brought the staff report forward in a letter is to just officiate a little bit of the work we've done on the backside since he came to us on Tuesday, because we knew we needed to act swiftly. We can't afford to have our fire districts incapable of providing that benefit. And I will mention it's a really unique piece is that Washington and Graniteville and North San Juan and some of our other rural fire districts really, they serve the constituency that lives there and pays taxes there, but they also serve a whole bunch of people that are not from here. They just go there to visit and recreate. So making special assessments and taxing people for the provision of fire and rescue services is a really challenging piece, because a lot of the time it's visitors that are coming here to enjoy the South Yuba or the woods or the Forest Service or BLM properties. So it's hard, because I know the 84 or so parcels in Graniteville, we would not reach into that and try and do some sort of assessment, based on the fact that you need 84 calls a year for each one of those citizens. It's not the way it works. It's all the visitors and people that are contributing to our economy in other ways. So it makes it challenging for us. I know Supervisor Hall's been working on it. Some of my other colleagues have been working on it, and particularly Jeffrey's been working on it with our state and federal legislature. I'm a little frustrated because Governor Lara's office, he's made huge commitments to the residential marketplace, selecting insurance and rating it in a way that makes sense. We have to do the same thing for our fire districts, or we're going to lose the most valuable asset we have in protecting all the homeowners, right? And so that's a critical element, and there's pieces of that he has no control over. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff and to Heidi for some other details, but I just want to say we're working on it, and we're engaged on it. We hope to help you solve it.
Chair Hooks, Supervisors, Supervisor Bullock, thank you so much for having me. My name is Jeff Thorsby. I'm your Senior Management Analyst. And before I begin, I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Bullock and Supervisor Hall. I know you both have been working on phone calls, trying to, with the Department of Insurance. And I also want to thank our chiefs that are sitting behind me. It's been a while since I've seen so many chiefs right behind me. So, if ever. So I just want to say thank you for their leadership. I've been on the phone with many of them for the last few days. And then last but not least, I actually want to thank Pascal from UBNet, who's also been covering this issue very closely and has her thumb on the pulse on this issue as well. So real quick, what I'd like to do this afternoon is just provide a high-level presentation on really kind of going a little bit more detail with Supervisor Bullock just articulated, talk a little bit about why this is happening, and then talk a little bit about what we can do and the challenges we face on this issue. And then, of course, there's a number of experts right behind me as well. So just to clarify for the public, Nevada County residents receive fire response services through the incorporated cities, special districts, of course, the state's fire authority, CAL FIRE, as well as volunteer fire departments. Special district and volunteer fire departments are required to maintain adequate insurance for liability, property, workman's comp, board insurance as such. And also just to highlight, the county does not provide fire suppression services. The majority of our fire agencies belong to joint power authorities or joint power agreements for the purposes of pulling together insurance. And so every one of our fire districts is already a part of some type of JPA. Examples of those that you may have heard of are Special Districts Risk Management Authority, the Golden State Risk Management Authority, Fire Districts Association of California, Northern California Fire Districts Association, and there's many more. I'm not going to go through all of those. But essentially what these entities do as JPAs, by pulling together, they're able to receive lower premiums in aggregate that then employ brokers to obtain insurance carriers to underwrite those policies. On October 3rd, as Supervisor Bullock alluded to, many of our special districts and volunteer fire departments receive notices that they're either going to be dropped from their current carrier, or in most cases receive notice of major increases for their annual insurance premiums. For many fire authorities, they were only given 28 days to renew their policies, or they'd be forced to lose their coverage starting November 1st. So today's the 25th, so we're not looking at very much time whatsoever. The increase of premiums have been rising for the last 2 years. If you look at the premiums that the different fire association districts have been receiving, and they've been going up 100%, and costs going up is 130 to 182 to 200% per year. So you can see that it's going up exponentially. In terms of what Supervisor Bullock also mentioned, the Volunteer Fire Department of Graniteville received a quote of approximately $18,000 from their last year's insurance cost of $6,000. This represents approximately a 200% increase of cost. Recently, in an email for the Vice President of Atwood Insurance Broker, cited that the rationale for these increased costs is due that insurance carriers are simply leaving the state of California market entirely from growing concerns over wildfire, as well as employee practices and other things that they've identified. Due to those increased costs of insurance, the volunteer fire department is going to be unable to obtain their insurance, as their annual budget is only $10,000. So, and that's a 200% increase from last year's, and that they will no longer be providing services starting the 31st of this month. In an effort to better understand this issue, as soon as we learned of it, staff immediately contacted our volunteer and our fire district chiefs to learn more, and discovered that these increases were across the board, and also that these increases are not isolated to Nevada County alone. Many of the rural counties are seeing these, as the Deputy Insurance Commissioner articulated to Chief Turner recently in a call. Specifically, just to give a couple examples, obviously our fire chiefs can speak more detail if there's questions specific to them, but Nevada County Consolidated Fire District received an increase of 182%, so from $49,000 to $138,000 for a 3-year locked-in contract. Additionally, Paradale Chicago Park Fire Protection District, North San Juan Fire Protection District, Higgins area, and the list goes on, all received increases of 126, 102%, if not more. The Penn Valley Fire Protection District reported insurance premium of $41,000, but that's locked in until next year from their previous quote. So we would anticipate that they may see increased premiums. Rough and Ready yesterday at a special meeting, they initially received a quote of $38,000 for a 38 period. Again, that's a volunteer fire department. At a special meeting yesterday, they were able to find another policy for $17,400 plus an annual membership. So Rough and Ready switched JPAs to find a better policy, with the provision that they could leave that contract if they looked at different consolidation opportunities. So let me shift a little bit in gear of why this is occurring. I think I've alluded, essentially, a lot of carriers are leaving California. The important point, immediately we reached out to the Department of Insurance, and they did articulate, that is the state regulatory authority over the insurance market. However, their key provisions are mostly over the admitted insurance lines. And so those are folks that are licensed to do business in California. There's another way to get insurance through non-admitted insurance carriers. They still have to meet certain provisions of the state, but they are essentially located outside the state of California, which limits the insurance commissioner's authority to regulate rates. So the majority of these surplus lines that is where these JPAs are getting their insurance, which means as those surplus lines decide to no longer carry policies or underwrite policies in California, those prices go up. And the one thing I would note too, just for the public and for orientation, the non-admitted insurance carriers, essentially the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumers Protection Act articulates in U.S. Government Code Section 8202 that essentially non-admitted carriers are regulated essentially by the home state of which they're located. Additionally, folks can also get insurance outside of the United States as well. And the Department of Insurance of California does have a list of all these carriers that are reviewed, essentially approved by the insurance commissioner. But that's kind of why we're seeing this huge shift. And I think that's now impacting us. Obviously, this board has been extremely proactive in its advocacy on homeowners insurance as well as commercial insurance, citing going back to 2019. So what we have for you, before you today is a letter of advocacy regarding the availability and affordability of commercial insurance for our local fire authorities and volunteer fire brigades. We would work to get, and I think this is where Supervisor Hall can speak to, but we're already having conversations with the Department of Insurance, but getting a further meeting and then working with our state legislative advocate as well as our federal legislative advocate. As you can see, the non-admitted insurance line regulatory process is really a federal level issue. We also think that using this letter, we could help obviously work with our state associations, with California State Associations of County, as well as the Rural County Representatives of California, to help build a coalition, as well as on the national level. Of course, there's the National Associations of Counties, and then, of course, there's the Special Districts Associations, where this is a special district issue, and we would work with them to help build a coalition to bring and to get this highlighted in conversations at the national level. And including on the House Committee on Financial Services. But we see this letter of advocacy is really to help raise the flag and get the conversation started. But with that, that's kind of my quick overview presentation on this issue. Happy to take any questions.
That was excellent, Jeff. I know, because this could have a domino effect through our special district as well. There's been kind of an inkling of that. So this is good to really jump on this. And I gotta say, it was great to Heidi heard about this at our cohort meeting and left the meeting and directly got started on what can we do, and had you working right away, so we appreciate that, and she made phone calls. So Heidi, why don't you give us an update on your calls to the governor or the governor's office and
Thank
insurance?
you. Thank you. Jeffrey, you've done an amazing amount of research, and thank you to all the chiefs for showing up today. And we have to work on this together. I mean, this is a crisis. So Pascal raised it at the end of our South Yuba River cohort meeting last Tuesday, and the chiefs who were there sort of filled in the details. And the fact that payments need to be made by November 1st, in my mind, makes this a crisis. So I'm so glad that you were able to gather as much information, and all of you providing that information. I don't have a lot to add. I did call on Tuesday evening. I managed to get through the insurance commissioner's office, and our Northern California contact there, Doria, has been very responsive, getting back to us. Basically, they're collecting information from us. So, my response back to them was, look, we need you guys this isn't just us. We'd like you to go out and talk to other counties and also explain to us what your authority is, which it sounds like maybe quite limited. So I'm still waiting to hear back on that, and I know you're in touch with them too, Jeffrey. I also managed to reach someone at the governor's office Tuesday evening, was really unhappy with how elected officials don't have any access. We still have to go through some email port. So I said, that's not acceptable. You need to take a message. I finally got a call back last night from Marjan Soran, who's our Northern California contact there, and forwarded to him all the same information that you've pulled together and that we're sending on to folks. So he gets a chance when they brief the governor to talk about what's up. And so he's going to raise that to them. But also, he at this point is gathering information. So, I'm just really on tenterhooks about this, that this is a crisis brewing. It's not just in our county. And I just want the fire chiefs to know that, we have to be in this together. We can't let our fire agencies fail. And we're here at the county, although our influence is, limited in terms of your world, we're here to do every single thing we can to help advocate for help on this and change. So I will stay on top of the phone calls I've made. I think we're all coordinating really well at this point. Once this letter is signed, I plan to send it off to everybody. I think we should probably bring in Doug LaMalfa's office as well, since we do have this federal nexus with some of the insurers. But we're going to have to go after every single person we can think of to advocate on this, and anything that the chiefs, you guys can continue to provide us to help you, please do. And we're here to try.
Thanks, Heidi. Ed, did you want to say anything?
Well, no, I simply agree with everything here, and I think we've been going through this for quite some time in the residential market, and the insurance commissioner, I guess, has made some strides, although I'm not sure that it's really the strides that we've been looking for, and that it's still the fair package that so many of our residents have to deal with. That this is kind of a new, and like Heidi says, it's really a crisis. You can't be cutting back on it's a $90,000 increase for Consolidated and Higgins. I don't know what that's going to do to your department, Jerry. So it really is a crisis. So thank you for the work that you guys have put into it. You obviously heard about it first, and it really took off with this, and thank you. Thanks, Sue.
No, thanks, Ed. Yeah, no, I think that's the thing. I don't think, and even our community doesn't realize what a fine line our fire departments run a budget and how tight it is for what they provide to our community. And this is a big hit. This is a crisis, without a doubt. Dan?
Yeah. Looking at the 5 quotes that I've got here shoves your insurance up to $476,500. And talking to you, the chiefs back there during the break is, right now you guys are screwed. I say it nicely, because I was a commercial insurance agent, and I know how the excess market works, the non-admitted market, the standard market. I know how they work. And it's all handled by actuarials that sit in, Denver or Austin, and that's how they figure it out. They don't figure it out here on the ground in California anymore. They figure it remotely with some other office. And you guys they don't have a face, and you guys don't have a face. All they're looking at is numbers. It's nice to see Yolanda here from Assemblywoman Dolly's office, because she's going to take it back to Megan and be real clear as to this is a crisis in Nevada County. And if the governor's serious about wildfire protection, he's got to look to you guys to make sure that wildfire protection happens. And I'm just surprised that, it's come to this, and it came to this quickly. But I think we all got blindsided. And now it's time to throw a counterpunch, and that's what's going to have to happen. Unfortunately, the insurance commissioner's office is hampered because of the non-admitted market, which really a lot of you guys are running on as far as your excess coverage. I'm surprised that your property premium went up so high. Which is typically not as bad as your liability. But certainly California and Sacramento, they're going to have to get serious with how they address this. And I think the county as a whole has to get serious also on how to address it, because we just can't let you guys close up shop and go away. So keep me informed and involved in this, would you?
Perfect. With that, I'm going to open up public comment. Any public comment, Julie?
I have no comments online and no callers.
Okay, perfect. Well, with that, I guess I'll close public comment unless one of the chiefs, I'm going to say you just come up and have a comment.
Thank you, Supervisors. And thank you, Supervisor Bullock, for spearheading this, and Supervisor Hall, and the CEO's office, Jeffrey. You've been fantastic, and everyone's been so professional there. I'm the fire chief of Graniteville. I've been associated with that department for 24 years, and I think did a good explanation of where we're at, but it truly is a Sacramento problem. And for us, with a $10,000 budget going up to $18,000 in insurance, they want us to sign a 3-year contract. So in that 3-year contract, there's a 15% increase over the next 3 years, every year up to 15%. That means in 3 years, Graniteville's insurance, if we sign that contract, would be $27,000. It's not even feasible. We are 40 minutes away from the nearest staffed engine, an hour and a half from an ambulance. You get injured up there and there's no department, it's pretty tough times. Again, for us to just get more money and throw it at it isn't going to work. This thing has to get fixed. It's not a matter of throwing good money after bad money. And I really appreciate the board getting on top of this. I mean, you guys made this happen fast, and I'm impressed. You guys are doing an excellent job. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Tom Browning, Deputy Fire Chief, North End 1 Fire Protection District. Chairman Hook, honorable supervisors, appreciate your time and effort looking into this. Supervisor Miller, you said we're screwed, but it's really not us that's screwed, it's the public. Because, this is kind of a double whammy this year. Our rates go up 100%, but what happens is we have to pay now in November for a 6-month policy, and then we have 100% payment due in April. So this year, it's over 200% increase to our district. So cuts have to be made, so the public is the one that suffers from this. And, it's just about the bottom line is you can't go in the hole when you're doing this. It's a long time process. We had to sign a 3-year contract, just like Rob was talking about, and then we have to budget for that for the next 3 years. And our constituents don't have any deeper pockets, just like you don't, and I don't, and it's just going to be a problem that we're faced with, and it really affects the community that we serve. So thank you for everything you're doing. I don't have a lot of hope that a lot of change is going to occur real quick. It's an expensive problem that we deal with, and California is not an easy place to do business in, and people are moving out of here. So appreciate your concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Chair Hook, honorable supervisors. My name is Jim Turner. I'm the chief of Nevada County Consolidated Fire District. You've heard these increases. Our agency is no different. Our increase was over $90,000 if you take into the 13% that we were quoted when we prepared our final budget for the fiscal year 22-23. What does that mean? You heard some of these chiefs talk about it. Well, for our agency, $90,000 is about equivalent to the burden cost of a new firefighter for 1 year. Our jurisdiction operates at about 84% of our revenues go to salaries and benefits. That seems like a high number, but when we only have 2 personnel on the engine and the national standard is 4, we've trimmed all the fat we can. We are essentially operating our organization at 16% of our revenues. Chief Paulus mentioned that, and same with our JPA that we signed into, we have a clause in there that they can increase the premium by 15% annually, a total of 45% over the 3-year period. What does that mean for our district? Well, that increase of $90,000 now becomes over $200,000 in the 3rd year. Our district has been very financially responsible. We have contingencies, but looking at the numbers, it's not sustainable. But I think that, I appreciate, first of all, the work that has been done by this board, Jeffrey especially. We've been in constant communication. I'm very impressed with the track we've made so far on this, and it has to continue, and it has to be a joint effort towards this. But what does it mean if sustainability is not there for these districts? Chief Browning is absolutely correct. Our number one priority is our constituents, and they're the ones that suffer. And it's not only the response, but it's them now trying to afford affordable home insurance because of the location of our stations being shut down. So I just wanted to, again, thank this board, Jeffrey, the CEO, staff, for the diligent work you've done. Assemblywoman Dolly's office, having Yolanda with us, she was present at our board meeting. They've got a vested interest. They're good friends with this county. But I look forward to working with you further to resolving what is a critical issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Honorable Board, thank you for the invite. This is of crisis mentality right now. For Higgins covering the South County, this is probably going to cost us a firefighter next year for the season. And if they're actually blaming wildland issues on that, we're taking a wildland firefighter away from a community. That is so sad. I appreciate all the work that Jeff's done, but, and I don't really have a whole lot of hope governmental-wise, not at this level, but down in Sacramento. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. We're currently out looking for another quote, but I don't have any real positiveness on that. So we are going to have to bite the bullet. Time's too short. You know, come the 31st, we have to have our paperwork in. And then we'll all face the premiums. And the biggest hit is having to force sign a 3-year contract with a 45% escalator in it over 3 years. You know, that's just insult to injury, compounding what we took last year. Ours doubled last year, and now it's almost 60, 70% increase for this coming year. So along with everybody taking the hit, Graniteville, I empathize with those people up there where you have to wait longer than an hour to get service. People are going to die, you know, guaranteed. If it takes that long to get medical aid service and fire. So yeah, it is an extreme crisis. So whatever you guys can do, we all appreciate it, believe me. We'll still do our best that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate all the chiefs speaking. I feel like we're headed into crazy times, as we all know, and this insurance thing seems out of control all over our country. So anyway, I would entertain, does anybody have any other comments? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion to sign in this letter. And
So moved.
Second.
Perfect. Julie, could you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. So, and a copy of this letter has been CC'd to many people on here, and then I think all of our fire districts will get a copy to see what we sent off. So we'll stay on top of this and stay in touch. Without a doubt, Jeffrey, thank you. You really hit the ground running on this one. I can't believe the amount of work. Every day we'd go in and you'd have a new update, or you'd have talked to somebody, or you had made more research. So really appreciate that. And Allison, everyone because it's like a team effort when these came. I think Ariel was at the meeting at Consolidated the other day, and then really, of course, appreciate Assemblywoman Dolly's office, and Yolanda, thanks for being here today. Okay, with that.
Jeffrey, can you send a copy of just the letter around to all the rest of us so we can forward it on to our contacts?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so that'll be going out this afternoon, so that'll be excellent. So thank you for taking time out of your day and being here. Appreciate all of you chiefs. A lot of hard work goes on in this community for sure. So our next item today is going to be a closed session, and we're going to do that during our lunch break. And then just so you have an item of what coming back, we'll be back at 1:30 for the afternoon session. So with that, I need Kit to please read us into closed session.
Thank you, Chair Hook. We're going to close session on 3 matters. All is laid out in the agenda, so I'll keep it short. We're running behind. So we're meeting on the Will versus Tribble matter, current litigation. We're meeting on the Tex Restaurant versus County of Nevada, also existing litigation. And then we also are meeting on a closed session regarding real property negotiations, and those properties are all laid out succinctly in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And we will see you back here at 1:30.
And do we have any public comment?
Is there any public comment on the closed session items? Julie, is there anybody online?
No, we're not. I don't see any callers online.
Okay, so I'll close public comment on the closed session, and we'll go to closed session and meet you all back here at 1:30.
Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to call us back into session, and Kit, could you read us back in, please?
Yes, absolutely. So on items 22-1402 and 22-1403, updates were provided, and on 22-1449, authority to negotiate was given by the board.
Okay, thanks, Kit. Well, now that we're back for our afternoon session, so we're going to go into item 44. And this is the memorandum of understanding between the County of Nevada and the City of Nevada City to memorialize the funding commitments to support emergency services programs and projects. Allison?
I'd like to hand it off to the Assistant CEO, Caleb Dardick, who will go ahead and present on the item, and also welcome City Manager Sean Grayson. Thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon, Chair Hook, board members. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and glad to be here, as Allison just said, with City Manager Sean Grayson, also our IGS Agency Director, Steve Monahan, and Director of Office of Emergency Services, Craig Griesbach. So we have a brief summary, because at this point I know you're very familiar with what's in Measure V and the process. We'll just do a quick recap for folks who are following at home. Could I borrow that mouse? Thank you. Okay. Oh. So just quick recap, emergency preparedness is a board priority, and the direction your board gave staff in January of this year was to engage stakeholders, conduct a needs assessment, and identify sustainable funding to support the many initiatives that we have under emergency preparedness. Coming out of that process through the CEO roundtable, we did indeed consult with stakeholders and residents, a list of which is on the right at the CEO roundtable, including the city's managers, and Mr. Grayson participated actively in that process. We appreciate him for that. Thank you. And all of the entities listed there provided input into the needs assessment process as well as into the draft expenditure plan based on the $12 million projected revenue from a 0.5% sales tax. Oh, wrong direction. I want to turn it over to Craig to walk us through real quickly the high impact projects that have been identified through this process.
Good afternoon, Chair Hook and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for Nevada County. So just real quick, I know you've seen this slide before, but just as a reminder for those at home as well, this revenue measure is projected to have a $12 million raised annually. That will be $8 million for flammable brush removal. So to clear evacuation routes, a lot of the work that we're doing there, not to get just to get people out, but also to get first responders in, and access is a stronghold for those areas during emergencies. Protect communities during or with large-scale fuel breaks. So the fuel breaks that you've seen over the last several meetings this last fall, doing more of those projects that'll have a bigger impact on our community. Provide year-round green waste. We did a lot this last year with green waste, but we need to provide more resources. The community obviously will do a lot of the work and bring that to sites if we have those available. So we want to be able to have more resources for the community in that area and really make our programs like our Access and Functional Needs program more robust, like the programs we have operating right now are our Phase 1 and Phase 2 grants through FEMA. Provide those more sustainable and provide resources to those in need in our community. And $3 million of communication and disaster resources, so early warning systems, enhance our AM, FM radio infrastructure, and really expand sheltering needs in the event of emergencies. And $1 million on planning and prevention, so items like our CWPP update, our local hazard mitigation plans, and most of our strategic plans that our projects will be prioritized under. Expand our community education outreach programs that we do already, but make those more robust, and really enhance fire safety laws and prevention of illegal campfires with our partnerships with our law enforcement professionals and through our defensible space inspections.
All right, thank you. So what we want to discuss with you today is the draft Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the county and Nevada City. and recognizing in the CEO roundtable process that part of what we started with is what is it that we need to be doing, and then how is the best way to do it. And part of the question of how is who is best qualified and positioned to deliver those services. So as we've noted before, when we brought MOUs forward for Truckee and then Grass Valley and now Nevada City, there's a recognition that the municipalities are best equipped to address these emergency preparedness, disaster readiness, wildfire prevention strategies within city limits and their spheres of influence. So really looking forward to, once we get past few little details here, having Sean Grayson walk you through really Nevada City's thoughts on how these funds can make a difference there. So what's proposed today is that of the total 4.17% of the annual investment, which would be roughly $500,000 per year, based on our estimate of $12 million per year, although that can fluctuate. And then of that 4.17%, the county will pay 3.1% to the city of Nevada City, again, estimated at $372,000. And then in addition to that, the county will spend another 1.07% in Nevada City and the sphere of influence. And we see that work most likely being very closely coordinated. Also, the MOUs includes a seat on the Technical Advisory Committee for the West for the city manager. I do want to point out that I did make one typographical error that's been corrected in the resolution thanks to the astute eye of one of our constituents. And so you'll notice in the resolution, if you'd seen an earlier version, there was 4 and then a 1, which would have added to 5. It should have been 3 and 1, which adds to 4. So we made that edit. Sort of in summary, the use of Measure V funds, the city, just like the rest of the county, will be using its revenues in the categories of planning, mitigation, response, recovery. The proposed projects and programs should align with local and regional plans. I think Sean was really the first person that I met with who probably reflected back even better and really was a great proponent of this idea of coordination, that there's a great opportunity of what we can do together in the county through project development, planning, advocacy, grant writing, that we're much stronger working together and can take a countywide view. And yeah, same way that so many other programs and needs like emergency communication will benefit by working together. So with that, I think I will turn it over to Sean.
Great. Chair Hook, members of the board, thank you for having me this afternoon. And thank you, Caleb, and everyone for introducing me. The glare off my head is normal, so if we need lighting change, there's nobody in the audience to watch, but if you're at home, it's normal. I wanted to start by thanking the board for your vision in this space. I think most government agencies, most cities, most counties say that they have a vegetation management problem. Very few are taking, holistic, comprehensive action to address those issues, and really appreciate your leadership in that regard. And thank you for the heavy lift that staff has undergone, especially in inviting us to the table in the process, as well as seeing the measure to the ballot and developing the MOU that's before you today. I know you've seen this 3 times already with Grass Valley and Truckee going before us, so ours is the smallest, hopefully the easiest, but we hope to have a tremendous impact with the amount of money that will be coming forward, and we greatly appreciate the opportunity to partner with the county in that regard. As you know, fire and any large-scale emergency, they don't know boundaries, right? And so Nevada City's approach since I started on February 28th in Nevada City has been with the council support that we take the approach that we're better together. So we've looked at this entire process and our input and all of those things that we would be taking actions that are boundaryless. So we share the same in what we'll be doing with the MOU. Nevada City is small. We're 2.19 square miles, but we are a hub for critical infrastructure. Everything from water coming out of Scotts Flat and ultimately making its way down to Lake Wildwood, which that waterway also is a fire risk. It's the draw that, brings the fire from Lake Wildwood all the way up to Cascade Shores. Critical infrastructure, including our emergency communications system, and right here in the Rood Center that we're in right now. We're also a hub for emergency response resources. In our 2.19 square miles, we also have our own city police and fire departments. We have Nevada County Consolidated Fire District Headquarters and Fire Station 84 right down the road here. Cal Fire Station 20 with all their resources are here. The Sheriff, OES, a variety of other regional and allied resources in that area right here in Nevada City. Even though we're small, we have the opportunity to, protect and defend and harden an environment that could be beneficial not just to, the city, but the surrounding area. We really do think that if, should Measure V pass, that we also can be the hub for planning, prevention, mitigation, and recovery in that regard. And obviously, we're not doing that. We're just the physical location where it's going to happen, right? But when we first started meeting and talking about this, they had me at the, we're going to do a CWPP, because Nevada City has been saying for a long time they need one and never been able to get there. And so it just makes sense that we would partner in that and everything that unfolds from that. So the city has a fire safety advisory committee that is made up of council appointees as well as community appointees, and they'll remain the connection point to our council for everything that we do in this regard and our reporting back to the county. Nevada City's very similar in a lot of ways to Grass Valley or Truckee or the unincorporated area, and very different in a lot of ways. So I'd just like to hit a couple of the highlights of what would be different in our program or what we would deploy with this MOU. So one thing would be we'd be conducting driving drills, evacuation route drills. So it's great to have them. I applaud the efforts of the team in creating very robust mapping for evacuation routes. The next step, though, is to see if they actually work. So we'll be undertaking that in Nevada City plus our sphere. The first one might look like, let's see if we can evacuate everyone from the Rood Center all at the same time towards Grass Valley and have lunch in downtown Nevada City. But that'd be a great exercise of evacuation routes. Essentially, all of your evacuation routes eventually lead to one of the cities on a highway. So whether we are your evacuation route or you're just your destination, it's important that effort be coordinated. We'll be conducting annual defensible space inspections. For the first time ever, Nevada City inspected all of our parcels in the city, and we did it on a technology platform, so we have a robust database now. We know where we're good, and we know where we're very bad, and everything in between. We would certainly intend to expand that with our partners with Nevada County Consolidated, CAL FIRE, and the county in our surrounding areas, our sphere. Like we said earlier, fire doesn't know if it's unincorporated Gracie Road or the city of Nevada City Gracie Road. It's going to burn all the same. But we definitely see not only the inspection piece, but the next step with the limited information we have now is a needs analysis for compliance. So Grass Valley and Nevada City have the same vegetation management ordinance. In other words, requirement for how much grass height you can have, how much you have to limb up your trees, 30-foot perimeter if you're greater than a 1 acre lot, and those kind of factors. But just having an ordinance doesn't mean that it gets done. Doing the inspections doesn't mean that it gets done. So the next step for us really is that needs analysis of what our community needs to be able to achieve compliance. And what we know anecdotally is there's certainly a low income and an access and functional needs component, those that cannot accomplish it. There's certainly people that after Snowmageddon just could not get that much green waste off of their property into one green waste bin that gets picked up every 2 weeks. And so, in that regard, we'd like to find out what the challenges are first and then implement programs that are appropriate. One of those programs certainly we know would be green waste. And we'll we'll leverage what Nevada County Consolidated has already done surrounding our city with green waste drop-offs, moving dumpsters throughout the community, for lack of a better term. But we also know that some people can't even get them, down their driveway to that dumpster. So building programs where we could assist with that, we know will need to be done. We will certainly be looking at a fuels mitigation program for protection of critical infrastructure and city-owned property. This is a process, not a project. So think about the Golden Gate Bridge painting, right? They start on one end, they paint, they get to the other end. Then they drive back to San Francisco from Marin County and start painting all over again. That is, I know what Grass Valley, Truckee, and the county will be doing in their jurisdictions, and we certainly will follow suit. Mastication may only happen every 2 years in some areas, but the entire treatment of, our vegetation will have to be an ongoing process, and the city's fully committed to that. We're also looking at comprehensive fuels abatement for all city-owned properties, different in Nevada City than much of the county and even much of District 1. If you drive up the highway, most of the big open space areas are state or federally owned lands, right? Most of the big open space areas in Nevada City are city-owned lands. So Hirschman's Pond, the Environs, Sugarloaf, the old airport, all of the trails, you're talking about city-owned property. Those are, important to us to, maintain that infrastructure, as well as road hardening that gets to those and to the escape routes, that evacuation routes that go along with that. So those are kind of the highlights, something a little bit different than what you're going to be seeing, but overall we're going to be taking the same approach that the county and Truckee and Grass Valley have been doing, and really in the spirit of we're better together. We contract with Grass Valley for our fire department. We contract with the county for building services. Used to be Craig, now he's moved over and running OES for all of you. So we'll take the same approach. We'll select the model that gets us the best result for the lowest amount of money. And so in Nevada City's case with the funds from this MOU, we anticipate that much of the mitigation work will be done by our own forces. Some of it will be done under contract with Grass Valley, who's got a bigger swath of land doing all of District 3. And some of it will be contracting back to somebody that's already doing work in the unincorporated areas and in both cities, to get, an economy of scale in what we do. So overall, very appreciative of opportunity to be here today for you to consider this MOU. We really believe that people have been calling me, asking me, what can you really do with $372,000? And what I just talked about is about 25% of actually what we plan to do with that amount of money. So we'll make a very big dent on the challenges that are there, but we're going to do it in a way that is partnering for the greatest good. And so thank you for letting me be here today. Appreciate that. No one's in the room looking at the back of me, but probably some folks at home. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you again for your leadership in this space and getting us to a point where, especially through Allison's leadership, that all the agencies can be looking at the same roadmap and heading in the same direction in this area.
Oh, thank you for that, Sean. I think I agree, and I look at that 375,000, right? But what could we leverage with that?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. I just want to look at what can we actually see at the end of that? Probably a great deal more working together. So I really appreciate your view and your vision, because I think it is something that we can get to. It's something we're going to have to continue to work at over the next, like you said, you got 3 years, you get something done, and you got to get back and you start over again, right? So we know it's something we have to continue to work on. So this was great. Heidi?
Thank you, Sean, so much for your patience waiting to be last. Working so collaboratively with us all along. I so deeply appreciate that. And your city council and your folks in the city all working well with us. I've had conversations in the past making sure you're kept whole throughout this whole process. Like you said, I mean, it's absolutely myopic in a county our size to think that a city can't do it on its own, or the county can't do it without the city, and none of us can can't do it without the fire agencies. We have to be collaborative. And so I love that you laid out some of the priorities you have and reminded us of what infrastructure is in your small city, including us here at the Root Center. So it's a weighty responsibility. It's not just your downtown and your residents, but you have some key infrastructure to protect as well. So I am happy that we're collaborating with you on this. I look forward to getting a lot of work done once this passes. And again, thank you and the City Council of Nevada City and staff there for being so collaborative and easy and lovely to work with. Thank you.
Well, Sean, I like your vision and your position that you'll have with the Technical Advisory Committee means you'll be playing a major, major part within this program. Hopefully it does pass. So if you're okay with this, I'm okay with it. Thanks, Sean.
Thanks, Ed. Hardy?
Thanks, Sean. I appreciate you. The collaborative approach is key, and it's refreshing to hear that you've thought specifically on how to connect with the county. It sounds like you've very well thought out, you and the council, so kudos to you for taking the time to get in front of it. I think once the funding shows up, we're all going to be glad that we thought significantly about what to do and try and get it done. And I as well hope it passes. One of the questions I had on the property owned by the city, are you going to place priority on that? Would that be like kind of the first couple years? And because I know some of those are pretty heavily, those are areas where maybe there's been ignitions in the past, and then they're also heavily used for recreation purposes today and other people in those spaces. So just wanted to hear your thoughts on the priority of those parcels.
So we intend to do, we already started the process of doing an assessment of all of those properties and adjoining properties. It doesn't necessarily have to be city-owned, but influenced by the city in some fashion. And what the treatment might be for those. We've done some of that. I don't know if you've looked up at Sugarloaf over the last couple of months. You probably saw that there was some red areas up there, and then the red areas kind of disappeared. Those were priority projects along the roadway because that's a way in and out. But ultimately, we're going to take that approach to everything that we own or influence, what the treatment should be, and what the intervals of that should be, and then we'll create a priority of actions to kind of tackle those things that have either the greatest threat, to life, property, or environment, or might be just the low-hanging fruit that we could just get done right now and be done with.
Nice, thank you. Dan?
Okay, I'll be good. So, in your sphere of influence, how far out in your sphere are you planning to go, Sean?
So the MOU has our entire sphere as something that we would be acting within our sphere. So different than Grass Valley, where they're taking all of District 3. District 1 is about 450% as large as District 3. So it wouldn't probably be appropriate for us to be taking mitigation action down by where Rollins Lake, where District 1 and District 5 touch. So our sphere largely encompasses the city. It ends. We end at Grass Valley because now that they've annexed the basin, but go out towards the Willow on the Golden Chain Highway, just past the most recent development that's out there. That area is included. Gracie Road, kind of up to the elevation change, which is great because our water treatment facility is out there on BLM land in the county. So that's some of the infrastructure we'd be protecting anyway. But it doesn't. The MOU does include our entire sphere.
Yeah, great. Glad to hear that. Nice plan.
Okay, great. With that, I'm going to open it up to public comment. Is there anyone online, Julie?
Yes, we do have one caller, Chair.
Okay, let's bring the caller on.
And we're bringing the caller in, please.
Hi, Sean. Matthew Coulter. Glad to see you or hear you in the Board of Supervisors chamber with Nevada City issues. Right now, there's a vehicle versus bicycle with a life light needed in Nevada City right behind SPD, which is unfortunate. But on the fire issue, I think free green waste is going to be the only way to even begin to dig our ways out of the situation we're in. And that includes not just free green waste with a place for people to take it, but free green waste like in front of your house, like they have in Sacramento, with the claw that comes and picks it up and puts it in the container and takes it away. I think that's honestly going to be the only way we're going to make a dent here locally. And then the places in between those other places with the people that can't physically do it will be more readily noticeable and can be dealt with. But right now, it's just a collage of overgrowth, including directly across from the Root Center. When you leave, you can look at 25 years of green waste dumped over a fence onto county right away. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Okay, any written comments?
No, that was it, Chair.
Okay, well, with that then, I'll close public comment. Go back to the board. Any last comments, anyone? Okay, Heidi?
I'll make the motion
Okay.
to approve, to accept.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 1. Oh, excuse me, District 3. Sorry,
Yes.
Supervisor. District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for being
Thanks
here,
for coming
Sean.
out, Sean.
Thanks
Thank
for
you for
that
having me.
collaboration and work that we're going to keep continuing to do together. I like that. Okay, and with that, we are going to adjourn the meeting.
No.
No. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Craig. Did you want to do them? Sorry. I know. I'm sorry.
We have 2 meetings in December, too.